MSMEs in different regions in India. And this particular program is focused on enhancing the capabilities of MSMEs in defense segment in the cluster here in the region of Uttarakhand. So I just would like to invite the speakers of the inaugural session to the dais, please. I would first request Shri Ashish Kansal. He is joining online. Shri Ashish Kansal ji is co-chair of FICCI Defence and Homeland Security Committee and CEO of SMPP Limited. Welcome, sir. I would request Dr. Ajay Kumar, outstanding scientist and director, IRD DRDO, to kindly join us on the dais, sir. I would request Shri Vipul Kumar Sinha ji, CGM India Optel Limited, to kindly join us on the dais. I would request Colonel Sanjeev Punia, retired Director FICCI, to kindly join us on the dais. Thank you, sir. Now, to start the program, I would like to request Shri Vipul Kumar Sinha ji to kindly welcome Dr. Ajay Kumar with a bouquet of flower. Can we have a bouquet of flower, please? May I now request Colonel Sanjeev Punia to welcome Dr. Ajay Kumar ji with a green certificate. So we have, in FICCI, we have done away with the bouquets now. We now give the green certificate. So 5 trees have been planted in your name in the Somo region of Sikkim. So this is a certificate of that. I would also request Colonel Sanjeev Punia ji to kindly welcome Shri Vipul Kumar Sinha ji with a green certificate. Thank you very much, sir. Now, to start the discussion, I would first request Shri Ashish Kansal ji, co-chair FICCI Defence and Homeland Security Committee, to kindly deliver his welcome address. Shri Ashish Kansal ji, sir, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, please, sir. Over to you.
A very good morning to all of you. Extremely sorry for not being able to personally present at the August gathering, but I'm pleased to welcome Mr. Tushar Tripathi, Director of Finance, India Optel, Dr. Ajay Kumar, outstanding scientist and director, IRD, Colonel Sanjeev Punia, our core team member from FICCI, colleagues from the academy and the industry, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to speak at this August dais on behalf of FICCI. We are thankful to India Optel and DDP MOD for allowing FICCI to be a partner in organizing the state-level defense MSME conclave on enhancing regional capabilities. Today, factors such as changing nature of warfare, the militarization of forces, the increasing incidence of terror activities, and the rapid modernization of armed forces are fueling the growth of the defense and the autonomous technologies market. Thus, governments of different countries are scrambling to procure and maintain an inventory of advanced warfare equipment and unmanned systems to maintain deterrence and peace. In response to the increasing global supply-demand gap, the defense sector in India has seen a significant surge in investments from both domestic and international players. This increased participation and the influx of investments are clear indicators of the confidence in the Indian defense industry and the growth potential of the same. I am certain that today's deliberations in this MSME conclave will be fruitful in providing all relevant stakeholders with information and access to avenues for investments in defense manufacturing in this state of Uttarakhand, along with special incentives and handholding accessible to industries, MSMEs, startups, for setting up their manufacturing units and avail the financial support made available by the state governments. Given the promising strides that the Indian defense manufacturing industry has made, the cumulative foreign direct investment in the defense sector has today reached more than 5,000 crores and is likely to rise further with a much faster rate. Liberalization of defense production policies and initiatives like Make in India, Positive Indigenization List, and many others have attracted not just private sector participation, but has also led to an increased participation from global companies in the Indian defense ecosystem. Last year, 606 licenses were issued to 369 different companies operating in the defense sector. This itself is a proof of the growing defense sector ecosystem in India. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may know, FICCI is India's largest and the oldest apex commerce chamber in India. Its history is closely interwoven with India's struggle for independence, industrialization, and emergence as one of the fastest growing global economies. As FICCI, we have been supporting policymakers in designing appropriate policies and regulations with support of industry views. At FICCI, we are committed to synergize industry engagement and policy advocacy with the Ministry of Defense, Armed Forces, DRDO, CADMIA, and also foreign OEMs to ensure that the government's push for Atmanirbharta initiative is achieved. FICCI's Defense and Homeland Security Committee works closely with relevant stakeholders to build public-private partnership opportunities in military MRO sector and equipment sustainment, promote indigenization and integration of our most valuable friends, MSMEs, and also encourage startups in the supply chain of OEMs and system integrators. It aims to work towards defense production and the growth of defense exports. FICCI continues to play a proactive role in strengthening the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. We recognize the government's priority for the defense sector, which is also visible in the capital outlay presented in the union budget. The defense sector was granted rupees 172,000 crores for capital procurements, which will further strengthen the Indian defense industry. We are also pleased to note the importance and care the government has accorded in developing the defense R&D in the last union budget, which would be crucial to develop cutting-edge defense technology. I am aware that some of our young entrepreneurs are building indigenous products and solutions in Uttarakhand. I would urge industry players here to invest more in R&D and innovation, engage in cutting-edge research, and generate intellectual property in Uttarakhand. Today, intellectual property forms one of the most valuable assets a company can possess. The state of Uttarakhand possesses immense potential to develop a robust defense industrial complex with a significant presence of MSMEs supplying to larger Indian OEMs. Given the location, facilities, infrastructure, and availability of various manufacturing units in the state, I am sanguine that Uttarakhand is poised to contribute significantly to the overall vision of Atmanirbharta in Raksha Utpadan in the days to come. I wish to share that private sector is very zealous about contributing to the vision of Raksha Atmanirbharta on a much larger scale. We look forward to enhancing our participation in defense products contracts from the current 25% to 50% of annual domestic defense production by 2030. As I conclude my speech, I am sure this conclave will highlight the tremendous potential of our building defense startups and MSMEs in Uttarakhand to not only fulfill domestic requirements but also set our sights on meeting global demands. I am sure the conclave will provide a unique platform for all stakeholders to collaborate, innovate, to achieve self-reliance in defense manufacturing. Ladies and gentlemen, as India envisages becoming a global power, a robust and self-reliant defense capability is paramount to this vision. FICCI and its member industries are committed to accelerating our efforts to realize this national goal and support the development of a defense R&D and manufacturing hub in Uttarakhand. Together, we will ensure that India not only meets its defense needs but also emerges as a leader in the global defense market. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. So thank you very much for highlighting all the budgetary allocation and the government support which we are receiving now as a defense sector from the government of India side. And also the importance of generating IPs are very, which is the key to make a robust defense manufacturing ecosystem here in Uttarakhand. And sir, you will be pleased to know it was just a discussion just before starting the program that how can we develop maybe a good start for our startups in defense manufacturing, also to support what kind of support MSME can expect in the state of Uttarakhand. So thank you for enlightening us on these aspects. Ladies and gentlemen, R&D is something which is very important, which play a very important role in developing cutting-edge technologies. And to share a perspective on the R&D side for MSME, I would now like to invite Dr. Ajay Kumar, Outstanding Scientist and Director, IRDE DRDO. Sir, kindly share your perspective on this, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests on the dais and off the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. I am from DRDO. We have a lab called Instrument Research and Development Establishment located at Raipur near Indian Optel Limited. And we are in the R&D wing in the area of electro-optic systems. And it is very, very relevant for Uttarakhand to have a R&D base in the area of electro-optics because of its weather conditions, because of its climatic conditions, so that we can have a seamless research, development, production, and supply of electro-optical equipments from Uttarakhand. Toward this, IRD is developing various systems, primarily for land-based systems, for Air Force, for naval platforms, for space application, as well as for the submarine. And some of the technologies that we are developing in IRDs are pertaining to optical design, like unconventional optical designs, which no industry participates or no industry develop it. We have the complete in-house design facility, fabrication facility, coating facility, so that state-of-art optical systems can be designed, can be fabricated, and can be produced only for prototyping. We are not a lab or we are not institutions where we get into production. We collaborate with industry, both locally and outside Dehradun, so that some of the technologies that we develop together can be leveraged to the industry for the benefit of the industry as well as for the benefit of the society in general. So we have a strong R&D pool with cutting-edge emphasis on optical technologies, imaging technologies, both day vision, night vision, short wave infrared imaging, medium wave infrared imaging, long wave imaging, terahertz imaging. Various type of laser range products like laser range finder, designators, fuse, proximity fuse, spectroscopy for explosive detection, line of sight stabilization, and hyperspectral imaging, as well as we are also working on submarine periscope and some upcoming field in the area of quantum imaging and things like that. Beside the user requirement, we invest a lot of money, lot of projects where some of the futurist technologies are developed in the area of quantum sensings, in the area of artificial intelligence and image processing, like transient imaging, non-line of sight imaging. So these are the upcoming areas where there is a direct benefits for the services, maybe in the later year to come. So where the R&D needs to be strengthened with the support of industry. Friends, I want to share that role of IRD is an industry enabler. How we can enable the industry is like this. We have, like you know, that DRDO has a fund which is called as Technology Development Fund. Now this cap of the Technology Development Fund has been increased earlier from 10 crore to 50 crore rupees, where any idea, any innovative idea can be taken up and it can be submitted where we can collaborate and we can work together. Second way through which the industry can be enabled is like industry can have the user requirement where they can approach IRD and IRD can collaborate with them to provide their technical expertise in converting that idea into a product which can be taken by the industry and it can be produced. Third thing is, we have a mechanism TOT, and by paying a very, very small fees as set up by our DRDO corporate office, the entire list of TOT can be given to the industries. And fourth and very, very valuable thing is, we have a very, very rich series of patents. All the research what we do is, a lot of research is getting into patents, and these patents are available free of cost to Indian industry without any payment, so they can be utilized for developing new projects. Besides that, one more mechanism which can be done is that together any industry, locally or globally, we can coordinate with them to work as a research manpower can be extended. We can collaborate with academia because we have a center called a DIA COE. That means defense, industry, and academia collaboration exist, where any startup, any MSME, or any industry locally can be taken on board to make this particular triangle so that product relation can be done. And the direct benefits can be reaped to the industry so that they can produce it subsequently. Any project or any research perspective can be taken up and we can participate with them so that they can take it forward to the development of newer technology which can be taken. Like some of the areas where we are working like this is AI-based technologies, anti-drone systems, transient imaging. Some of these are in the offering, and some of these new technologies can also be taken up by industries. Like handheld thermal imager, hand and focus-free sight. Then we are also having rifle sights. So all these things are available as a technology which can be converted into product. Then beside that, how do we test these equipments? So testing becomes a very, very important area before we submit it for the user evaluation. Towards this, IRD has a very, very strong test facility which is available to the industry. There are certain guidelines through which the industry can use it, and they can get the benefit of the technology and get the benefit of the facility which is available. And beside that, we are planning to set up state-of-art facility in Raipur area so that this center, this area, or this region becomes the national facility for electro-optics in the region. So we are planning to have an investment of about 500 crore rupees so that the national facility, national electro-optical test facility can be set up in Raipur area, which can be extended to industry, and subsequently it will benefit the region. So these are some of the plans that we have it. One thing I just wanted to conclude, that we are committed that local industry should come forward. We are there to enable it. We don't take any development activities which industry can do it. We are only industry enablers. So we request all industry to please join hand with R&D institutions like IRD so that they can get the benefit of the R&D, they can get the benefit of the trained manpower which is available at IRD, and subsequently let us grow together. With this, I wish you all the best. Thank you. Jai Hind. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Rajay Kumarji, for kindly debriefing us on the various schemes and models of engagement with the DRDO. Some of the models are well-known models actually. So technology commercialization industry is well aware of the technology commercialization aspect, and a lot of technologies has been commercialized using this model. And also thank you for kindly welcome industry to engage with DRDO. And as you said, DRDO's role is more as a facilitator. So thanks for those encouraging words. Now we move to the next address, and that is the special address. And to deliver this special address, I would request Shri Vipul Kumar Sinha ji, CGM India Optel Limited, to kindly join us on the podium, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning and very warm welcome to the dignitaries at the dais, my friends from industry, a representative from ministry, and the entrepreneurs who are available locally in the Dehradun. Today we have gathered here rightly for the cause to strengthen the capabilities of local manufacturers in Dehradun, or in per se, you can say at Uttarakhand. The scenario present is like this only, that this has become a need because the global political scenario has changed drastically. As a defense manufacturer, we represent the erstwhile ordnance practice, now which is being converted into DPSUs, and India Optel Limited is the unit where I work. So we basically inherited many of the armored vehicle instrumentation from the erstwhile USSR, that is Russia, many from Israel, Germany, DDR. So, and in the geopolitical situation which you are now seeing, it's very vulnerable. The technology which has been taken at the time, indigenization has not been taken into that much consideration because we were getting very easily those items. And in the present scenario, there is a real dearth of getting those critical technology items from Russia, from Israel, or say the other European countries. So now it is definitely a need of the hour that we all should come up together, like academia, R&D institutions, even I will say user also to participate with the defense industry, so that they form a joint forum and to understand the need. And similarly, everybody works in a cohesion so that we can achieve the goal. I would say that IOL per se has, during the year of this crisis, with the support of the industry partners, have done a great job because we are basically into manufacturing of armored instrumentation. You can say the eyes of the armored vehicle or the brain of the armored vehicle. We are manufacturing. We are the sole manufacturer per se in India who are producing the OE equipments for the Indian Armed Forces, armored vehicles, infantry, eyes and all. We have taken a drive with the help of the IDEX for indigenization, the positive indigenization list. Initially we have identified around 500 items for indigenization, and I would say about 92% is the target we have achieved so far. That is only with the help of the MSMEs. They have done a great part in indigenization activity of the Indian Armed Forces, I would say. Directly they have contributed to the armored vehicle production or helping the armed forces in providing the necessary instrumentation which is required in the time of the crisis. So big thanks to the MSME partners who have come in a very aggressive way. So now the need is even more because as our Prime Minister has set a tone that we have to become Atmanirbhar in defense manufacturing. So in this area, I would say that our manufacturing partners, they have to establish some kind of a dynamic facility. I'm saying dynamic facility because we know that in defense manufacturing, there cannot be a product which will run for say 2 years or 3 years or 15 years. I mean, you cannot guarantee that product will run for a 15 years time, lifetime. So we have to have a dynamic production facility which will help or complement the defense manufacturer who are providing a platform so that they can change their line also in line with the requirement of the big defense manufacturing industry because the technology will change, so they have also to change. So in that way, some kind of a dynamic, and government is giving a lot of support to the MSMEs, providing loans, providing funds. So I think, I presume that the future is very bright, and seeing the impetus from the government, which is giving more on Atmanirbharta in defense manufacturing. So I don't feel I don't have any doubt that this MSME industry working in the defense field will not grow. I don't have any doubt. There are definitely a chance of a growth. We were discussing just before the meet also that the market of defense manufacturing has grown to 156%. I mean, that's a huge. So thanks to the government initiatives, government policies, from IL side, I would assure each and every industry partner who are coming to us, we not only need them for manufacturing of components, we need them for manufacturing subsystems, so that we can integrate them and supply to the armed forces in a right quantity, right quality. We are working with the R&D setup also, like Dr. Ajay is with us here. Some of the products we have developed with the help of the IRD also. And we look forward that the R&D setup, the defense manufacturing, the big players who are there, the industry partners, MSMEs, and ministry, they should form a forum sort of a thing so that the requirement of the Indian Armed Forces can be met in time. I wish all the entrepreneurs who have come here all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shri Senaji. Role and the pivotal role, I must say, played by India Optel Limited, needless to mention, particularly in this region. And as Shri Senaji mentioned, and sir, a lot of compliments to India Optel to be able to empower and encourage MSMEs in this segment with reference to, translating into the manufacturing, in the positive indigenization list. So that's a big achievement in a achievement of the program as well. So thank you for highlighting that as well. Now to deliver the official vote of thanks, I would request Colonel Sanjeev Punia, Director FICCI, to please propose the vote of thanks from FICCI.
A very warm good morning to everyone. Shri Vipul Sinha ji, CGM India Optel Limited. Dr. Ajay Kumar, outstanding scientist and director IID, DRDO, sir. And Mr. Ashish Kansal, co-chair FICCI, Defense and Homeland Security and CEO, SMPP Private Limited. Colleagues from industry and academia and friends from media. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, the annual defense production has reached a record of 1.10 lakh crores in financial year 23-24. So, it's driven by contribution made by private DPSUs, private sectors, defense industries. As FICCI continues to play a pivotal role in strengthening the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, I am pleased to note that the defense industry, including the private sector, defense public sector undertakings, have made a tremendous efforts to achieve the highest ever defense exports. So last year it was, we surpassed our previous benchmark. So this won't have been possible without the support of the MSME and startup in the country. So now the government has set a target to achieve a 50,000 crore of defense export by year 2028 and 29. And we are confident we'll accomplish this target. FICCI aims to achieve its target by leveraging Uttarakhand well-established manufacturing cluster. So we want more MSME to join the defense, I'd say the rising sector to join the bandwagon to be part of the success journey. This strategic positioning allows the state to become a hub for the defense manufacturing and research development, as conveyed by my previous speaker. Key cities like Dehradun, Haridwar, etc. can emerge as a defense MSME hubs, fostering optimism for the future of the defense manufacturing in Uttarakhand. FICCI is dedicated to enhance the state defense manufacturing capabilities and establishing Uttarakhand as a prime investment destination for the defense industries. So we are looking forward to some initiative from the Uttarakhand government which they can offer to the industry so that more industry cluster can come in the Uttarakhand side. So FICCI and its member industry are committed to driving this potential forward, aligning with the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat in defense production. We are actively advocating for Uttarakhand development as a defense MSME startup hub, support the armed forces and the foster innovation in the defense manufacturing. By collaborating with the local stakeholder, we aim to attract investment, build a robust ecosystem, make Uttarakhand a pivotal center for India strategic industries. Together, I am sanguine that we can realize Uttarakhand's vast potential in advancing the nation's self-reliance in defense. As we conclude the inaugural session, so my heartfelt thanks to first of all, Shri Vipul Sinha ji for extending his support in conduct of this hybrid MSME conclave. And next, I'd like to express our deepest gratitude to Dr. Ajay Kumar, outstanding scientist, Director IID, for presenting R&D perspective and to integrate more defense MSME and startups in the supply chain. His insights have definitely enriched the conclave, I'm sure. Further, I'd like to thank the FICCI co-chair, Mr. Ashish Kansal, for his presence. And I would also like to extend our sincere appreciation to the participation from the defense industry, whose unwavering support and expertise have made this conclave a resounding success. I'm sure the next session will be more enriching as far as the subject of what defense has to offer to the MSME. So you'll find a lot of knowledgeable speaker giving the insight about the different prospects. So I extend my gratitude to all industry participants, delegates who have joined us today on behalf of Department of Defense Production, India Optel Limited and FICCI. I sincerely appreciate your presence and participation. I'm certain that your presence will greatly enrich your discussion and deliberation. Your continued support is invaluable as we work towards building a robust and technology advanced defense industrial base. Thank you so much once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji. Thank you for delivering the vote of thanks from the FICCI side. Now, before moving to the next session, we would like the speakers on the dais to be felicitated. So, first request Shri Vipul Kumar Sinha ji to kindly felicitate Dr. Ajay Kumar with a memento from India Optel. Another memento goes to Colonel Sanjeev Punia ji. So I would request Colonel Sanjeev Punia to kindly felicitate Dr. Ajay Kumar with a FICCI memento. Also request Colonel Sanjeev Punia ji to kindly felicitate Shri Vipul Kumar Sinha ji. Can we join us for the group photograph, please? If you could stand together for a group photograph. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, Ashish ji, for joining us online today in the morning. Thank you very much for your support. So I wish, most welcome, sir. So now we would directly move to the next session. So as we were discussing in the initial session that the R&D is a very important factor, and to support on R&D part, it is very important for any state government to develop a very robust ecosystem with help of policy reforms and required incentives, because MSME by its very nature it's a very cash sensitive industry segment. So moving to the next session. Before I invite speakers for the next session, may I request the hospitality team to kindly change the bottles and etc. Somebody from the hotel team. So while the staff is doing the necessary things, I would request speaker for the next session. First of all, would like to invite Shri Vivek Virmani, IUFS POG, COO Defense Innovation Organization. Sir, kindly join us on the dais. Shri Virmani ji. Now request Shri Veerbhadra Singh Rawat ji, Professor and Practice, Defense and Security, IIT Ropar. Sir, kindly join us on the dais, sir. I would now like to request Shri Santosh Kumar Sinha, Deputy General Manager, SIDBI, Dehradun. Please join us on the dais. And we have with us through VC joining Shri Hari Babu, Professor and Practice, IIT Delhi and former DG Technology Management, DRDO. Sir, I hope you can hear us. Shri Hari Babu ji. Can we have the visuals from VC? Would request Shri Vivek Virmani ji to kindly join us on the dais. I would request my colleague at FICCI to kindly check if Shri Hari Babu ji is online. Tejas? Not online. Maybe we started this session 5 minutes earlier, so maybe that is a reason. So while the colleagues are trying for to have Shri Hari Babu ji online, we can move ahead with the next talk, with the first talk in this session. So could I request Shri Vivek Virmani ji to deliver a talk on the IDX, opportunity for MSME and startups. So I would request Shri Vivek Virmani ji to.
Will it be visible on the screen, the PPT?
You have a PPT to play?
Yes.
Already shared? Okay. PPT, please. Session 1, there is only one PPT. Which you can see in this PPT.
Should I come that side?
No, not this one.
Your phone. Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Director IID, CGM, IOL, dignitaries on the dais, FICCI, industry reps, my colleagues from IOL. I would say a couple of stakeholders are missing probably. This is an MSME conclave and going ahead with whatever talk has been delivered till now, I would say that we should also have academia and probably the students who are graduating out of colleges and universities, because they are our next startups and MSMEs and probably the big industry. They should all be part of whatever we are conceiving to go ahead with. My talk is mainly on IDEX. These are some of the points that I'll be covering during this talk. IDEX was launched by the PM in the year 2018. But before that, the gap was being felt for quite some time. The ministry had been taking several initiatives. It started off with the MAKE procedure, then Technology Development Fund. But somehow the realization of products, the delivery of products was not taking place at the pace at which it was required to make it like a chain reaction. Moreover, the service personnel were finding it difficult to reach out to the academia, the startups who could actually deliver. And the startups were obviously in a very difficult position when it came to reaching out to the service personnel. So with all this in the background, it was decided that we will have a conglomeration of all stakeholders, and that is why I mentioned, that is what is there in the IDEX preamble, that we have to involve all the stakeholders, which includes the military men, the academia, the incubators, the startups, industry, all kinds of industry. In fact, even now, we find that in IDEX, the primes are not as well integrated. And that is one gap that we have to try and close. Some of the steps that were taken by the government for promoting Atmanirbharta, a few I already mentioned. Apart from that, positive indigenization lists, Srijan portal, industrial corridors, all of these are works in the process. When we see this figure, you can make out that IDEX is mainly focusing on encouraging innovation and participation of MSMEs in startups. However, all the other facets are also interlinked. So with the growing success, we are actually going towards indigenization in design and development. This will lead to greater defense manufacturing. And finally, it will also lead to exports. In fact, I would like to mention here that one of our startups has already received an export order, and we are hoping that a few more will be getting in the near future. these are the three aspects where the support is required for startups and MSMEs, and at IDEX at least we are trying to focus on all three. Coming to the scheme itself, see the scheme was launched in 2018, and at that time IDEX did not have any kind of funding from the government. The scheme was launched as a framework. It was an ambition, it was a paper which had to be materialized. So the initial funding to IDEX had come from the DPSUs. In 2021, the first funding came from the government. By that time, IDEX had taken off, but not at great pace. And after 2021, another round of funding has come in the year 2024, that is this year. So this is how, so IDEX scheme for IDEX are a little different from each other. Scheme for IDEX is the funding of 500 crores that came from the government in 2021. And then Aditi scheme had come in 2024. This started with the formation of DIO, a Defense Innovation Organization, that was formed in 2017. As I said, the process had been going on for a couple of years, and that is how first the organization came, and then the IDEX framework was launched by the PM. The 5 I's that you see, identify, innovate, incubate, integrate, and indigenize, they were actually coined by a young IS probationer who had joined IDEX in the year 2019. And this was the first presentation that was, 5 I's were first presented to the PM in the year 2019. I already mentioned about the schemes, the funding schemes that came in. But IDEX had already started in 2018. We started with the launch of Defense India Startup Challenges in 2018. That is where we take inputs in terms of problem statements from the services, and based on who they shortlist, we select a few who can be given grants. Along with that, we also seek some matching contribution from the startups to ensure that there is some skin in the game from their side. Friends, all these features, they may have seemed a little novel at that time in India, but they were already being used in the US to an extent. It's a different matter now that the US, generally there's a perception that the US feels that, in fact, India is doing better in some ways in these aspects now. We also started off with partner incubators. We had 5-6 partner incubators by 2020, but then we realized that the number of startups were increasing by a much larger number, so we went in for more, and we now have 28 partner incubators. By 2021, we had only about 75 IDEX winners who were making some kind of products. But in 2021, we launched close to 180 problem statements. And that is why we had to go for higher funding, for more incubators and more stakeholders in the ecosystem. One of the important points, and which differs IDEX from TDF, is that the IP rights are 100% owned by the innovator. This is a great fill-up to a demand by the startups that the IP that they have generated should be retained by them. There's a point on internships that we have here. We have 2 kinds of internships in IDEX. One is a rolling internship. We started that in the year 2022. And another is the ideal internship, which is a higher version of and a longer internship, where we are taking in students who are in the colleges or students who have passed out of colleges, and we involve them with us in all kinds of project work. We also encourage startups who are engaged with us to take these young students to their setups and utilize their potential. So all this is trying to link and make it a regular system of flow of young minds to the startups. All along, the most important point is that the services should have confidence and a good stake in the whole system that we create. So we ensure that the problem statement is decided by them. Once the applications come in, who will be getting the contract is decided by them. We have 6 milestones of development. It is again the services who decide whether a particular individual startup has actually cleared a milestone. Again, at the end, the trials are conducted by the services and they decide whether a startup has been successful in development or not. In this way, we are ensuring that the final user has a buy-in right from the beginning to the end. And that is important when it comes to procurement. Procurement goes beyond IDEX because IDEX is not part of procurement. But IDEX has also contributed in making the guidelines for procurement, which I'll come to later. So once the military personnel are involved right through the process, then it is easier to have acceptability of the product at the end. Some of the technology areas that we have worked upon, all the Defense India Startup Challenges have been launched by the RM, except for DISC 8 when the space related challenges were launched by the PM. Recently, we have also launched MIRA, that is Medical Innovations and Research Advancement, that is in collaboration with EFMS. We had a few medical related challenges in DISC, but we wanted to have a focused view on the medical related challenges. That is why this collaboration. This slide shows the partner incubators that we have. We have been conscious over the last couple of years to have more partner incubators towards the center and the east. I would still say we have more incubators towards the south, and most startups also prefer to be associated with them. Each startup who we select has to get associated with one of them to get their project vetted while they are in touch with us. And most of them have either selected IIT Delhi, IIT Bombay, couple of incubators in Hyderabad, and some in Tamil Nadu. So some portions are yet to get more startups. Pune is coming up in a big way. We have a lot of startups coming there and incubators also. On the right side is a short information on IDEX Investor Hub. See, when we first had a success in an IDEX project and we had to make a delivery, some manufacturing had to be done by the startup, there was no loan available. No loan from any bank, no loan from SIDBI. We tried everywhere. Everywhere they wanted collaterals, and it was very difficult for the startup to generate any kind of loans. Therefore, we came up with the idea of having an investor hub where we are signing MOUs with SEBI registered investors. They have pledged an amount of close to 600 now, and physical commitment or actual commitment has been about 100 crores in about 8 startups. Apart from that, there are non-IDEX Investor Hub investors also, and they have put in hundreds of crores already. But some of them may be family owned also, so that is why they are not part of the IDEX Investor Hub. This has also led to another trend. As I mentioned, an earlier startup who was not able to get any kind of funds, it gradually shifted to the stage where startups who were successful started getting funds. Then it came to the stage where a startup who was getting close to testing in our process started getting funds from investors. And now we have come to the stage where if a startup or MSME is able to win a IDEX challenge, the funding starts from that stage itself. So that is how the investor inclination and confidence towards the process is increasing. Apart from Defense India Startup Challenge, we also have the Open Challenge. And Open Challenge is where a startup can, or an MSME can apply for a solution suo moto. Just like in Make we have suo moto, you can apply suo moto in IDEX also. The initial acceptance rate in the first couple of years from 2020 to 22 was about 2%, less than 2% with the services. But it has picked up in the last couple of years, and about 15% of the Open Challenge applications now go through. And some of them have actually cleared all their milestones, and they've also got procurement orders. For the matching contribution issues, I mentioned about investors. We have the IAH, also the Indian Angel Network. We have also signed MOUs with about 12 to 13 banks. I'll admit we have very limited success with them. Most of them have still focused more on opening accounts and maintaining regular accounts rather than actual funding. They have schemes for startups, but again they require too many collaterals, and somehow the guidelines for banks are such that they are not able to penetrate through this challenge. But I think they are also working on that. We have worked with SIDBI of late, and SIDBI has now shown great interest. This 5 crores that I have mentioned, they have tied up with IITs, IIMs or incubators who are attached with us. They also have a similar network and agreement with SIDBI. Now SIDBI is using them as fund manager and asking them to find out startups or MSMEs in whom SIDBI can allocate this money. So this 5 crore is a rotational fund. They keep on infusing more fund once this is consumed by the fund manager. So this looks like 50 crore, it is much more than that. Apart from that, SIDBI is also coming up with another scheme which would be probably worth thousands of crores for startups and MSMEs in the defense sector. Procurement reforms, this was strictly not part of the mandate, but as we went along 2-3 years down the line, we found that once you get into the RFP stage, or rather pre-RFP stage also, once the trial has been done and the services want to induct an equipment in the services, they have to go for something called acceptance of necessity. That is like permission for issuing an RFP. Then comes the RFP and the whole process. And the final duration for this whole process is about 108 weeks. Now 2 years, after 2.5 years with IDEX, means 4.5 years for a startup or MSME, which is just too much. The turnaround time is so much that no small industry will be able to bear this. So this was worked upon, and we initially reduced the 108 weeks to 22 weeks. And in 2024, the Defense Acquisition Council, headed by RM, Honorable RM, it approved for reduction further to 14 weeks. Then again, there is a lot of risk that is taken by an MSME or startup when it comes to development of an innovative product. Where are we acknowledging that? If we are going to give him the same 7-8%, unstated 7-8% profit, I don't think any startup or MSME would be interested. So we introduced a concept of innovation advantage factor, IEF we call it in DAP, for IDEX products. And this has also been applied to TDF uniformly. So if we if we have an IEF factor for all IDEX cases, and the margin is 20, 30, 40, 3 slabs are there. So that will depend upon the kind of risk that has been taken, whether there is import substitution or some novel indigenous development. So there are about 4 factors based on which we decide whether during procurement the profit percent or margin would be 20 to 40%, which covers to an extent the risk or the appetite that you have shown for let's say putting in your golden years when you could have actually joined a big tech firm, but you instead decided that you will have your own startup or MSME. Post-contract. Post-contract is also a very challenging state. So what happens is if there's a big firm and they need a loan for a bank, or they'll take a advance payment from the government, but they'll give a bank guarantee. And a bank guarantee for a big firm will come a little easy. But when it comes to a startup or MSME, they will be putting in the same kind of money into the bank as a collateral to get that kind of bank guarantee. So effectively, if you're taking 15% money from the government, you are spending 17% of your own money, blocking it to get that 15%, which makes it useless for them. So we introduced surety bonds, and another way that we introduced was that the IP rights that they have retained, if they are ready to mortgage part of it for the period for which they are taking that advance, then also it will be acceptable. Then cash infusion during the contract stage. You buy raw material to produce what you have to deliver, but you're not getting the money at that stage. You get it in the last stage. So we introduced the concept of 30 to 40% payment at the stage immediately after advance payment when you are actually buying the raw material. So the basic idea is that the startup or MSME should not bleed money so much that they are not able to complete the project itself when it comes to delivery. Now, Make One offers grants up to 250 crores. We are offering only up to 25 crores, that too in Aditi. So there are some projects which will require much higher amounts to complete. So we take a lower project in IDEX with lower scope, and if they are successful and the services think it is feasible, then they take that project into Make One. Of course, with a different scope of work. And in that stage, the IDEX startup or MSME who has done the lower stage will get an automatic entry to bid. So that is one incentive that we have given. Yes, and then another one is spiral development. So we have divided into stages. 100% is the final figure that you have to achieve, but the services are free to buy at any lower stage also if they think that the development is going in the right direction. So all this is basically to ensure that there is enough confidence in the system for the startups and MSMEs to take that kind of risk. I've already explained this. DPIIT registers startups. So this is just an illustration that before 2018, the number of startups registered there were less than 100. Now it is more than 3,000. This could be partly due to, this is only defense startups. Okay. Then some figures related to IDEX. The main point is that we have 2,500 crores worth of procurement either done or approved already. 1,600 crores has been completed already, and the rest is in the waiting. Yes, this slide shows that our effort has been for about 40 cases where we have received EON or procurement permission. Our investment has been less than 60 crores. And if we have been able to convert it into 2,500 crores, so the multiplying factor is a good incentive for the government to continue this for the startups. Another proof that there is good scope of continuation is that the services are coming up with more and more problem statements, and we have to say that there is a limit to what we can manage at a time. Some success stories. Loitering munition system. This was made by a single individual, the one who is standing on the right. I think we are also going in for higher levels of the same. A counter drone system which was appreciated by the Honorable PM, and the export order is also related to them. AI related system, this is a different system in which there are no numbers, but it's a license. So license, software, everything is being procured by the services through this channel. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Virmani ji, for taking us through the entire journey of IDEX. And yes, initial years there were some hiccups, and now, but we are very happy to see the kind of trust investors now have towards this scheme. And it is, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that it is one of the most successful schemes to promote startups, especially in defense segment. So, and very interesting to see the option IDEX to make thing. So thank you very much for detail all these things for us. And just to mention that lot of other guys, youngsters and entrepreneurs must be seeing this session through YouTube Live. So a lot of them are from the academic background and from the startup segment which would be benefited out of this discussion. So thank you very much for joining us here. So now moving to the next speaker, I would like to invite Shri Veerbhadra Singh Rawat, Professor in Practice, Defense and Security, IIT Ropar, and welcome him to talk on the incentives being provided by Uttarakhand government and opportunity in MSME and startups. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. I can still say good morning, I think. Good morning, everybody. And being part of this MSME conclave, wherein we have almost all the stakeholders from the R&D, that is DRDO, also from the India Optel, and a lot of my friends in MSME. And I come from a user background wherein I was looking at the capital projects at the services headquarters in the RB. From there I came to Uttarakhand government, and probably that's why they chose me for this speaking on this. I'm not an official spokesperson, but I'll try to focus on the things which are there in Uttarakhand. I also have a homegrown VC, my wife, who's also sitting here, and I also have a lot of startups whom I mentor, help, and tell them that how this different ecosystem works. So it is a good thing for me that we also have IDEX, Mr. Virmani here, who has been a boon for the startups also, because we have certain startups in Uttarakhand who have also won IDEX challenges. We have about 4 challenges from India Optel also, which are actively being pursued by everybody. I will just focus on the aerospace and defense sector, Uttarakhand. What is there and what more can be done? That I personally feel that this forum will give us that opportunity, that what more can be done within Uttarakhand. down. Okay. So this is general information. It's more academic, but I'll just give an analogy that for every officer who passes out from the Indian Military Academy or Officers Training Academy to become an army officer, Uttar Pradesh has got a strength of 30 crores, and roughly the gentlemen cadets or the officers which are passing out from the academies are about 100. And Uttarakhand, which only has a population of 1 crore, has approximately 70 officers passing out. So per capita, within India, the highest number of officers passing out for army at least is phenomenal from Uttarakhand. And that is also the same for the Jawans also. And that is one of the biggest manpower pool which is available in Uttarakhand for making this also a manufacturing hub within the country. So what are the investment enablers? Firstly is the good law and order, which you don't see in other states. Even in Tamil Nadu, you will not see that the kind of law and order situation. It is one of the best in the country. Clean, pollution free. Everybody who has come from Delhi or outside will vouch for it. I don't have to say much. And we have a sector specific policy within Uttarakhand, and good infrastructure which is now building up. As the Honorable Ministry of Road Transport also now from Delhi to Uttarakhand will be 2 hours or 2.5 hours as the claim is. So we are very well connected with Delhi and the stakeholders like IDEX. We are very near to you. So, we will like to see more IDEX challenges also coming to Uttarakhand. What we have, educational institutes. So we have, IIT Roorkee. We have 2 hubs in IIT Roorkee which are actively working for the defense also. One is the TIDES, which is a partner incubator for IDEX, and the other is iHub Divya Sampark, which is under the National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems, which is a DST sponsored scheme wherein they had 113 crore rupees. And one of the startup who benefited from them is here, Avigway Technologies. So initial investment was given by the iHub and not by TIDES. So although TIDES is a partner incubator. So, but through iHub, we have been able to get certain inputs into the aerospace and defense sector also. Then is the IIM Kashipur, which is also working in promoting the startups and MSMEs in the region. And rest are also, working like CPET is a organization which is working for plastic technology in Uttarakhand. The industrial landscape, we have one of the biggest automobile manufacturers which are there in Uttarakhand. And also we have a dedicated drone research and application center which is in ITDA, which is in Dehradun itself. And we have a very large medicine and medical equipment manufacturing capability within Uttarakhand. So it will be, like the Gujarat will be the number 1, but Uttarakhand will be somewhere in number 3 or 4 within the country. Coming to defense specifically, what we have India Optel Limited, the headquarters, which is here, optoelectronics factory, one of the largest factory, which is making eyes and ears for the defense forces. Basically the tanks, T-50, T-72, T-90s, Arjuns, everything, all the electro-optrons is made here. Ordnance factory Dehradun, which is making the similar kind of equipment for the infantry and artillery, some portion of it. We have Bell at Kordwar, BHEL at Haridwar. Technically, it is not a factory which is under the MOD. It comes under the Ministry of Heavy Industries. However, you'll be surprised that the tank hulls, the T-72 hulls, are being, some of them are being made here, and most of the work is being carried out in BHEL. As also an army product called the SRGM, the entire 46 guns were made at BHEL Haridwar only. Apart from that, we have the DRDO labs of DEAL, IRD. So the basic thing is that we have both designing agency and the production agency for optoelectronics available at Dehradun itself. So that is not available in, similar things are not available in anywhere in the country except for the CVRD and HVFRD, which are co-located. If we see in overall perspective, we are the overall, we have the ownership in Uttarakhand of the electro-optronic sector as such. Large number of agencies are available for support of manufacturers in Uttarakhand. I'll cover it subsequently. There are some policies which are interlinked because defense manufacturing is also linked to the heavy industry policies and also MSME policies. But Uttarakhand is one of the states out of 8 across India which has a dedicated aerospace and defense industrial policy, which came out in 2020. This is the basic thing that, SEDCUL is the agency in Uttarakhand, that is a state infrastructure and industrial development corporation limited, which is the main agency for promoting investment within aerospace and defense industry in Uttarakhand. These are the policy, as per the policy where the anchor unit subsidy is there for the fixed assets, for skill development, for certification process subsidy. Uttarakhand has made one of the best policy as far as the incentives and the rebates are concerned. I'll cover the MSME policy ahead, but we also have a policy wherein MRO itself, which is not covered in other states like Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh also don't cover MRO till now. We have MRO also covered under this policy. So anybody establishing an MRO facility also will get the benefit of this subsidy. These are, so we have also covered the offset obligation. Unlike, since we don't come in under the defense corridor of Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh, which has got the 2x, we have made a policy of giving 30% additional concession for the offsets if any factory brings in or any OEM brings in the offset obligation within the realms of Uttarakhand. These are a few of the subsidies and incentives. I'll be leaving this slides here only. Somebody can, anybody who wants can take it. So what is coming up now in Uttarakhand? This is interesting, is the electronic manufacturing cluster is coming up. This is supported by the Government of India. It is coming at Kashipur, which is under the part of Uddham Singh Nagar. And another which is coming is a plastic park, which is at Sitarganj, which can also help in making this ecosystem of defense manufacturing robust here. The other land parcels which are available are the AKIC Khurpia. So this is one of the major integrated manufacturing center which is coming up within Uttarakhand itself. That is all about Uttarakhand. A few points which merit discussion, or I would like to throw some light on that apart from the presentation, is that what Uttarakhand today lacks is I will say when I was speaking to Director IRD also, Dr. Ajay, that we should have an innovation center here. That is the first thing, wherein the startups can be supported, and also we have the biggest manufacturer here, that is India Optel factories. 2 factories are here. So if we can integrate these innovation centers along with the, the manufacturing people, and also link the MSMEs which are there in the state, because I have interacted for 2 years with the state MSME. There are a lot of MSMEs in the state which can work very well within this sector. Also, the other point that we need is that I'll request Dr. Virmani to do is, we have partner incubators here in Uttarakhand also and across India. What I have seen, because I also come from academia, I'm linked to 3 of the leading IITs and ISC, that there is now a time to do a reality check with the partner incubators also, that what they are promoting within IDEX. So that is one point that I'll request you to take, as maybe a point to take action on. And the third thing is that we need to make world-class infrastructure for defense itself. What has been made, in various factories also, maybe in 1984 or 1989 or 1990 has lived its time now. What we need is a better infrastructure now here, which can lead to a better manufacturing and a faster and leaner manufacturing facilities within the state. And I will only urge the India Optel to take lead in that, because you are the biggest here. So as a big brother, you will have to support all the MSMEs for that particular thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri Veerbhadra Singh Rawatji. So thank you for, at the outset, very nicely putting the context in favor of Uttarakhand, that, in terms of the number of people in armed forces and all. So, but yes, a very nice mapping of the spread of institutions. So it seems that we have all kind of institutions here in the, who can support in the design development as well as in the manufacturing. Yes, one point which you said, that what is lacking probably, definitely would like to take up this issue also with the central government as well, and with the state government separately. So thank you for submitting that point. So now moving to the next discussion, we would like to invite Shri Santosh Kumar Sinha ji, Deputy General Manager, SIDBI Dehradun. Shri Sinha would talk on the role of SIDBI in promotion, financing and development of defense MSME sector. So over to you, Shri Sinha ji.
Good afternoon all. I'm Santosh Sinha from SIDBI Dehradun branch. Actually, there are 3 branches of SIDBI in Uttarakhand currently. One is in Dehradun, another is in Haridwar, and third one is in Rudrapur. So we have lending products for this defense sector. Actually, some products are for all the sectors, but that can be utilized in the defense sector. But we have some specialized products also for the defense sector that will go through my slide. And as earlier it was mentioned that SIDBI has invested through incubators, that's startup that's defense sector. So apart from that, what are the direct lending products with SIDBI that can be availed from the branches of the SIDBI that we will go through here. First, I will tell you about SIDBI. SIDBI was established in 1990 under an Act of Parliament, and its mandate is to promote finance and development of MSME sector. And currently, head office is in Lucknow, and many corporate office in Mumbai, and had some HO verticals at Delhi. There are 15 regional offices, 126 branches, out of which 3 are in Uttarakhand, and 3 express loan service centers are also there. These are the major activities of SIDBI. Institutional financing. So we came in the direct financings in around late 90s, but we started with the institutional financing, in which we used to finance banks, and they used to finance the onward finance to the MSMEs. So we were financing indirectly, but later on we came under direct financing also, which is the second one. And apart from that, we have microfinancing, venture capital that we talked about through incubators, government schemes. We are nodal agency of many government schemes currently. We are having a nodal agency of this GIFT scheme also, under which 2% interest subsidy is available wherever the machinery and any kind of investment, if it is under energy efficient sector, then that 2% interest subsidy is available under the government's scheme. Cluster development, we are working towards the cluster development also. Recently, Prime Minister in his Finance Minister in his budget has declared this 242 cluster in which we are arranging this cluster development programs, and also most of the clusters have to be covered with the SIDBI branches. So we have recently opened around 25 to 26 branches under those clusters, which are being identified by the Ministry of Finance. Green finance is one of the sector that we are focusing. Wherever the energy efficiency and is available, then we have some products on the green financing also. Apart from that, we enterprise development, credit guarantee, we have CGTMSE. It is an associate company of SIDBI in coordination with Ministry of MSME, which takes the guarantee of the loan up to 5 crore. Another one is credit rating. We have an agency, Equit, which does the credit rating of the company, MSMEs. These are the actually products that we are having: machinery, equipment financing, project financing, greenfield and new investment, or any kind of expansion and modernization. We have products like working capital and overdraft also, and green finance also. Actually, we have all our the MSME credit that earlier it was paperwork was more, and now it is fully digitized. We have an online application. Enhanced customer due diligence. It's inbuilt. We have tied up with Jakarta and Sibyl for FitRank. We have generated one FitRank based on the financial income and trade information of the company. And those tools are used for increase the speed of the sanction. And digital documentation we are also doing. The legal documentation which was earlier used to do physically, we are doing now. It's e-signing based on the Aadhaar-based signing. These are the schemes, basic schemes. These are available for all MSME. But since these schemes are important for this defense sector that we are going through, I'm going through those products only which can be used in the defense sector. This one is just Sthapan, which is for setting up of a new unit, a greenfield investment, and purchase of land, civil works, machinery, equipment, all are covered under this. Assistance up to 75% of the project cost we can fund, 25% promoter has to bring its own contribution, and loans up to 50 crore can be sanctioned on the scheme. Eligibility criteria is promoters should have business experience at least for 3 years in manufacturing activity. Flexible repayment up to 9 years is available in this, and we have MCLR linked attractive rate of interest. Currently, SIDBI's MCLR is 8.45%, which is lowest in the market currently. The second one scheme is Arise. This is for expansion modernization for an existing entity, which are 2 are in operation and having a cash profit at least in last year. So generally, startups may not have a net profit during the some last years, but cash profit if they are having, they can approach for this expansion. Assistance up to 80% of the project cost is available, and loans again 50 crore we can give, and flexible repayment in this also it is 9 years. This one is very new product that we have launched last year. This is Express. This is a totally machinery financing scheme, and it is fully automated. It is sanctioned within 2 days, only 2 days. Some information, initial information you have to submit. Basic this process is this, that we can fund. There are 2 models under these schemes. We can fund up to 100% of the machinery cost. The promoter contribution which you generally raise, you can keep this promoter contribution with us as FD. Suppose you can keep 25% of the machinery cost as FD with us, and we will fund 100% of that loan. This is so simple. 3 years operation, you should have GST registration should have, Yuddham registration should have, and for new customers, we can fund machinery up to 1 crore under this scheme. This is immediate in principle decision. You apply and get an in principle sanction. After that, we will do some of our internal work. It will take 1 to 2 days maximum for this getting final sanction. In principal repayment in this up to 5 years, and this is also MCLR linked attractive rate of interest. If under this express, if you are taking machinery which are energy efficient machinery, or you are planning to keep one solar rooftop solar you want to install, under this you will get an interest subsidy of 2%, that is gift scheme. So that is important. So if you are getting interest rate of around 9% under this, 2% subsidy, effectively it will be 7%. And if you are keeping 25% FD with us, that will, you will earn 7.1% on that interest also, on this FD also. This one is a speed. So if your investment is more than 1 crore under machinery financing, this is the same model, FD model or promoter contribution models is also available. If you are keeping this, your investment is requirement is more than 1 crore, then under speed this machinery financing can be done, 100% financing or promoter contribution model with up to 75% of financing. In this flexible repayment, up to 7 years is available. This is also fully machinery equipment financing, and in this second hand machinery is also can be covered, subject to some valuation and all. This is working capital. We are having working capital product also. Earlier, we were not allowed by RBI to extend this working capital, but in 2007, we had tied up with IDBI Bank because SIDBI cannot open a current account. So RBI allowed that you can use the banking platform of some commercial bank, and sanction and all can be done by the SIDBI. So earlier we had tied with only IDBI Bank, but later on we tied up with Yes Bank and City Union Bank also. And under this general cash credit facility and OD facility is also can be covered. For working capital availment, some portion of term loan that also needs to be taken by the MSME under this. TOD ad hoc facility is available under this working capital. It's a general CC facility that you take from the commercial bank also. This is an automated OD product, just like I told about Express. This is an automated OD product under which if the collateral security is up to 110% is given, then it's sanctioned within 2 days. This is also up to 3 crore OD facility. There is no requirement of submission of a stock and book data statement under this SWIFT scheme. You get the sanction and entire limit shall be released at once. And the next review shall be done in the next financial year. Its eligibility criteria is 3-year operation you should have, presently not availing any CC or OD facility from any other bank. Processing fees is very low under this scheme. This is the product that we have recently launched, this cash defense. This is for specialized for the cash this defense sector. Working capital, term loan, everything is okay. Term loan can be taken for any capital investment. Working capital is also taken generally based on the stock and book debt statement. So if you have some stock, generally working capital is based on the stock which is already built. Cash defense is the order-based financing. This is totally the cash flow based financing, short and medium term finance assistance for executing confirmed defense work orders. This is only for defense sector. Eligibility criteria, MSME supplying to defense related sector, work order up to 60 months. If you are having a work order up to 60 months, then can be covered. Assistance up to 20 crore for established units and 5 crore for new units. In under which, what we'll do, we will check your entire orders during the next 1 year, and we will set an umbrella limit on that. What will be the umbrella limit, and based on every work order, we will set sanction a working capital term loan kind of product, and based on the milestone of the repayment, we will keep your milestone of your payment based on your contract terms. We will keep the repayment along with us. Suppose your payment has to come in 4 installments, we will keep our repayment also in the, coinciding with that your payment terms. And that shall be done under an escrow arrangement with any bank. You have to open an escrow account. There is no processing fee for this, and for umbrella limit, but WCTL you have to give in some processing fees of 0.5%. This is a small video on this cash defense product. You can see. Sound please.
Just a second, they're just doing, yeah.
At FICCI, we understand the unique needs of MSMEs contributing to India's defense sector. Introducing Cash Defense, a specialized financial solution designed to empower MSMEs engaged in existing work orders related to various defense projects. For new or existing MSMEs supplying to the armed forces, defense public sector undertakings, DRDO, or Tier 1 defense vendors, Cash Defense is here to empower them by stepping in as a reliable financial partner. MSMEs can now access financial assistance to the extent permissible over and above their existing working capital limits with an umbrella limit of up to Rs 20 crore for established entities and Rs 5 crores for new ones. Now, secure a working capital term loan up to 100% value of defense contract, plus a standby credit facility of 10% for urgent business needs. Cash Defense in SIDBI's commitment to strengthen India's defense ecosystem. India is attaining Atmanirbhar Bharat in defense and is
Now, this is the actually brief of this defense scheme. Now, I'm trying to explain this scheme in complete. That's need-based assistance up to MSME in defense and relevance. This is the objective of the scheme to provide both existing established and as well new MSME units to have received work orders. And purpose of the scheme to provide short, medium-term financial assistance to eligible MSME. As I told that repayment will be linked with your payment terms. Access up to 20 crore to established MSME and 5 crore, that's where I have mentioned. 100% purchase order financing that can be done. Secure an additional 10% with your financing umbrella for unexpected needs. So within your umbrella limit, you can have an standby 10% of that limit for which you can avail this assistance under any time if you are requiring. Apart from this purchase order. These are the actual eligibility criteria. Existing MSME meeting MFS norms as per the loan policy, our minimum 3 years of operation, cash profit of last 2 years, quantum of assistance lower of Rs 20 crore up to 100% for the purchase order, and Udyam registration should you have. New MSME, there's no minimum requirement is there. Any new unit can come approach us. Similarly, cash profit will not be applicable to them. Quantum of assistance is lower of 5 crore or 100% of the purchase order. Nature of the loan, repayment schedule shall be either bullet or in installments in such a way that the repayment coincides with your order milestone as per the agreed payment terms of your contract. Rate of interest will be MCLR linked. Upfront fee, nil upfront fee for to be collected for the first overall umbrella limit, and within umbrella limit, your every order will create an term loan account with us. and based on the repayment terms of the debt, repayment will be fixed to that loan account. Upfront fee is 0.5% of sanctioned working capital term loan plus applicable GST, which may be reduced by 0.25% on case-to-case basis based by the sanctioning authority. Prepayment charges, there is no prepayment charge. If you want to prepay early, there will be no charges will be allowed in this scheme. Procedure for application. Application is to be online application through SIDBI's portal. The application and umbrella limit and individual loans shall be processed at branch only. So under this, we have 3 branches. All the procedures shall be done at BO only. Thank you. So this is the actually main schemes of SIDBI that was telling about cash defense. In the direct product, we have machinery, working capital, everything that can be approached business. Sthapan, new unit if you really want to have, or any kind of. For venture capital, we have venture capital department in Delhi. We have also an associate of SIDBI Venture Capital Limit, through which financing is done to the new startups through incubators. We have tied up with IIM and IIT, and they generally choose the startups in which they recommend the name of to SIDBI, and the financing is done through them. Thank you on this.
Thank you very much, Shri Santosh Kumar Sinha ji. So, as we all know, this access to finance has been a major challenge for any MSME or startup segment company. And this particular scheme which we are just showing, the cash defense, I think it's a wonderful scheme with a 20 crore and 5 crore worth of working term loan sanction, and also 100% value of the defense contract. It's a very nice scheme, I believe, and our industry segment would be able to leverage this scheme in a better way. So with this, okay, we have another speaker. I think Shri Hari Babuji is online. Can we have Shri Hari Babuji from VC? He's not online. Tejas from FICCI office, can you check Tejas? Is any connect with Shri Hari Babu? Yeah, is he online? Shri Hari Babu likha hai. Koi hai online? HB Shrivastava? Okay.
Hari sir, please go ahead.
So Shri Hari Babu, can you hear us, sir?
Hari sir, are you audible? Yes sir, loud and clear. Please go ahead. Can you please increase your volume as well?
Shri Hari Babu, this is Gaurav from Dehradun itself. Here we can't hear you. Your voice is very low. Can you hear us? Is there a way we can increase the volume? Okay. Audio. Okay. Shri Hari Babuji, can we check? Can you speak something a little louder? No, I think we can't hear you clear. Yeah. Okay.
Sir, please try to speak now, sir. Hari sir, can you try speaking now?
See him online. Yeah. He dropped. Tejas seems that he logged out.
Right.
Maybe is he reconnecting? Can you check quickly?
I'm on call with him live, but I not listen to him anymore. So. Hello, sir. Can you please try speaking now, sir? Okay. Right. Right. Let me try, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No mic, sir. Gaurav, sir, can you hear us?
Tejas, I can hear you, but not Sir Sri Hari Babuji. Yes, please.
Right, sir. Right. Then we have to find some other arrangement, sir.
Tejas, if we can try accommodating his presentation in the next session, if that is fine. I mean, because since I think we are facing a lot of issues in connecting with him.
Right, no, sir. I'll speak with him and we'll discuss it.
Yeah, please communicate.
Right, sir. Right.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have this one speaker left for the session, and we will try connecting with him in the next session. But right now we have to conclude this session. So I would request from FICCI side, I would request AVM Verma, member FICCI committee and senior vice president Zen Technology, to kindly join us on the dais, sir, and felicitate speakers with the FICCI memento. May I have the FICCI memento, please? Thank you very much, sir. Now from the sir, just a sec. To felicitate all the speakers from the India Optel Limited, may I request Shri Vipul Kumar Sinha ji, CGM India Optel Limited, to kindly join us on the dais and felicitate speakers with the India Optel memento. Thank you, sir. I would request to kindly remain on the dais for a group photograph, and I would request AVM Verma ji to also join us on the dais for a group photograph. Yeah, that is better, sir. So, thank you very much, gentlemen. And we have a very short tea break, and we would reassemble in this hall in next 10 minutes. Thank you very much. I would request everyone to join in the pre-function area just outside this hall. There is a tea break, and then after this, we will join in the same room. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, still this technical issue is going on, so we just decided. We were waiting for him. Now the technical issue has been resolved, so he is now joined through the virtual link. So I would now like to invite Shri Hari Babu, Professor in Practice, IIT Delhi and former DG Technology Management, DRDO, to present his perspective on creating a defense technology ecosphere for Viksit Bharat. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Is my voice clear?
Yes, sir. We can hear you clear.
Oh, okay, I can hear you. So greetings all of you, the participants, the organizers. Apologies for what happened in the forenoon, something which is beyond control of anyone. There was some issue with IIT Kharagpur server and the rest, so they have resolved it now. I would have been very happy to be with you physically because I spent a lot of time in Dehradun, 29 years of my golden youth time, but I have to be in IIT Kharagpur in some other connections, so apologies for that as well. Next slide. Since all of you are from the defense technology background and you all know the expectations that the political leadership has bestowed on us, the Prime Minister has been talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-sufficiency in defense technology, defense ecosystem. And in 2019, the Raksha Mantri quantified that expectation. And you can see the figures here, the export of $5 billion by 2025. And if you convert that on today's dollar to 42,000 crore, and on the conversion rate of 2019, it was 35,000 crore. Currently, we stand at 21,000 approximately. And the production was $25 billion or 2.1 lakh crore at current dollar rate or 1.75 lakh crore at the dollar rate of 2019. This was for the defense production by 2025. Our current value is 1.27 lakh crore. You all know about it. And in all this, the contribution of private sector is only 21%. Despite the fact that we have 16 DPSUs and large number of private companies, 430 licensed manufacturers, defense manufacturers, and more than 16,000 startups, MSMEs. The ratio should have been actually 80-20, 80 in favor of private and 20 in favor of DPSUs because the number is very less. But nevertheless, that is the situation today. In November 2024, while addressing the IIT Kanpur community, the Raksha Mantri has laid another milestone for defense industry, which is 50,000 crore export and 3 lakh crore production by 2029. And what should be the percentage and all that RM has not spoken. But I am sure this can be achieved only if there is a large scale participation by industry, private industry. The skewed ratio of private sector contribution is primarily because the government system suffers from institutional inefficiencies in decision making and executions. Private companies can be more agile as compared to the government companies. Hence, the higher contribution of private sector is not only desirable, but it is also needed, it is required. The current less than desired contribution from private sector clearly indicates that there is need to do more by government as well as by the industry. Government has to facilitate them more and the industry has to grab more opportunities. Next slide, please. So let me show you some comparative performance, some benchmarking with other countries. So based on the data released by FICCI yesterday, on 2nd December, they released this data, what I am presenting to you now. There are only 3 companies in top 100 of the world. And as expected, they are all DPSUs, HAL, BEL, and Govt Limited, with combined revenue of $6.7 billion. Now, if you compare this with the top 3 companies of Israel, the 3 companies of Israel that are there in top 100 of the world, their revenue comes to $13.6 billion, double, more or less. And you know the size of Israel and you know the size of India. In 2023, out of 100, there are 41 companies from US, and their combined revenue is 317 billion US dollars, which is about 20 to 25 times the current Indian value, depending on what conversion rate you take. So if you can go to the next slide. So my suggestion is that our aspiration should be by 2047, at least we should get to 317 billion US dollars. The reason is very simple. We are aiming to be at least $26 trillion economy by that time, which is currently US economy. So if we reach $26 trillion minimum, then our minimum production should also be around 317 billion US dollars. So that is the premise. But if you also look at the aspiration, our population is going to be about 17 to 18% by 2047, 17 to 18% of the world population. And therefore, I must also have my share of business in that proportion. That also fortunately comes to around that same figure, $300 billion US dollars by 2047, which is again about 20 to 25 times of the current value. And if you translate to exports, that comes to about 35 to 40 billion dollars US dollars, which is about 7 to 8 times the 2025 value. So now the next aspiration as an aspirational Indian I have is that make in India, make for the world is good, but that should be led by Indian technologies. It should not be that I am producing somebody else's technologies, because the wealth comes from my own technology. It doesn't come from somebody else's technology. The opportunity cost goes to the other company in that case, other country in that case. So I must create wealth by creating technologies that are indigenous, they are produced and sold worldwide. So I would like to say that this will happen only if we change our mantra to Anusandhan, say Atmanirbharta. Atmanirbharta is good, but I think it must be led by Anusandhan, by the research and development. And lastly, my search capacity should be adequate to meet the requirements of prolonged 2.5 front wars. The previous CDS gave this 2.5 front war, and unfortunately, if we happen to reach that stage someday, and the wars are going to be prolonged, as we are seeing in Russia versus Ukraine and also the Middle East. So we should be able to produce the equipment that is required, the material that is required for prolonged wars over 2.5 fronts. And as aspirational Indians, you may like to add whatever more points that you may like to do. Next, please. And if we have to reach these 25 times or 7 to 8 times the figures, we must do some SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threat analysis. And if we just look at the gaps that we have today, the gaps are both in technologies and policies. So I will discuss about some of them today. And if somebody is interested, I can engage on one-on-one basis or one-on-many basis, whichever way is all right. So look at the gaps that we have in technologies and the policies. So we will first focus on the technologies and then go on to the policies. Next, please. So firstly, before talking about the weaknesses, let us also recall that we do have certain strengths, and those strengths are in the naval warfare. Traditionally, India has been good in naval warfare, and today also there is no doubt in that. And likewise, missiles and aeronautics, but we are poor in ISR, which is intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Now, if you go through the literature, how the war is going to evolve in the future, the literature says that the warfare era is now transiting from information age to intelligentized age. And in the intelligentized age, 4 technology cornerstones are going to play major roles. They are interconnectedness, decentralization, digitization, and cognitive dominance. In all these cornerstones, the ISR technologies along with electronics will play major roles. To be more specific, we have so far not been able to utilize the spectrum as well as we should have done. Our capabilities to operate seamlessly in spectrum denied environment and to deny spectrum to enemy needs to be further strengthened. Our capabilities to energy efficient high throughput computing network sensors in near space, directed energy weapons, underwater communication, underwater networking, cognitive warfare, Internet of Things with AI as service, AI TOS, biotechnology, synthetic biology and biomanufacturing, photonics, cyber physical systems, robotics, AI with natural language processing, AR/VR, life estimation of structures. It is not that the strength is not there, but the strength is limited. It is not as much as it is required in the intelligentized age. Next slide, please. Country is now well on its way to become the drone hub by 2030. But the components used in drones are mostly imported and also the material. There is a great opportunity to invest in this sector. We also need to work on efficient, perpetual and green energy sources. Countries like USA and Russia operate small portable nuclear fusion batteries in their space missions. We still have to develop them. There are several such topics, and as I said earlier, interested people, they can read my article in the Economic Times. I have been writing very extensively, but I am stopping at this now, and I will be happy to engage with anyone if more details are to be discussed. Next slide, please. So we should understand that there are three types of opportunities where companies can work. It is not that always manufacturing. It is in the R&D, it is in manufacturing, and also in maintenance, repair, and overhauls. So there are three segments where the technology and company, they matter, and these are R&D, manufacturing, and MRO. I can cite several examples of MSMEs and startups in defense technologies with the support of Technology Development Fund and IDEX. Several new technologies have been developed and the forces are now procuring them. The manufacturing, of course, you know, if we are not having our technology today, naturally we will have to buy technology from foreign countries. But the emphasis, as I said, should be Anusandhan se Atmanirbharta. MRO is one activity where the Israelis have actually shown how to go about. Israeli defense industry has created huge wealth for their country by bagging worldwide orders for upgrading legacy equipment of both Russian and Western origin. And if we have to do this, if we have to really scale up the activities in these three sectors and go to 25 times the current value, I think the government, the next slide please, the government, the industry and the academia, all they have to work together. And when I say government, it is primarily DRDO and DDP, Department of Defense Production and Defense Research and Development Organization. These two should work very closely along with academia and also the industry. And it is not that the government has not done. Government has been doing a lot of activities in that direction. So when I was in DRDO, DRDO opened 15 DRDO industry academia centers of excellence across the country, and including one at IIT Roorkee. And we have several centers in the country from North Coast Point, Jammu to Tamil Nadu, and from Mizoram to Gujarat, everywhere we have in IISc and various universities. Government has also launched various schemes, TDF, IDEX, DAP provisions, and before lunch I was listening to one presentation. There's a lot of financing available. But these TDF, IDEX and these provisions, they also give you hand-holding support from the organization. Wherever technology there is some gap or there is some requirement of testing, the laboratories or the factories, they will hold your hand. So you may be able to leverage that more effectively the funding that is available from these sources. And I'm sure FICCI would have organized, or somebody from government or FICCI will explain what are these policies in detail. So I'm stopping, I'm not going into the details of TDF and IDEX. But I think the ecosystem must also realize that just opening these centers and creating some schemes, these are not sufficient. To realize aspirations, we need to have a conducive policy regime as well. So I retired from DRDO in 2023. So after retirement, some of us got together at Vivekananda International Foundation and we conducted a series of roundtable workshops, and we came out with many useful recommendations which have been submitted to the government. And I am happy to share that at least Army has indicated that they will take advantage of these recommendations and they will amend their acquisition processes for greater facilitation of industry. And if somebody is interested, I have given this link. On this link, if you click, you will be able to go there. Else, you can do the Google search at the keyword that I have written on the slide. So you can look at that. So this brings me to the policy regime that I spoke earlier. Apart from the VIF report, there are numerous articles in Economic Times, and the Journal of Defense and Security published by IDSA. If you go to the LinkedIn and just search my LinkedIn page, you will be able to see many of them. Next slide, please. So in my opinion, and these are only limited points I have written, the report contains several more points, which are more important points which I have written. So in my opinion, government has to upgrade several policies if you really want to dramatically improve our performance to the aspirational level. And I am not advocating any of the tax exemptions or any financial benefits to anyone. Some of these recommendations include there should be a grand national vision for the defense technology. People must know what the forces or what the country is looking for, in which direction the country is looking for. Therefore, the academia and industry both will be able to target those aim points and deliver whatever is to be delivered. Policies for greater integration of civil and military industries. Today, there is no single industry can survive or single research entity can survive only on military activity. So your products must be able to feed both the civil market as well as the defense market. That era of defense technology giving offshore to the civil technology is gone. Today, there is something called spin in and spin off. So the civilian technologies are progressing at much faster rate, and they can also get integrated in the military systems. And likewise, the testing facilities and certification regimes, they all have to be integrated together so that we get quality equipment and there is no issue with the timelines and payments, etc. Then the modified financial regimes to allow moonshots by DRDO and also by private R&D entrepreneurs. Minimum assured profit to businesses, early payments, international competitive bank financing rates, and ease in statutory compliances. So these are several recommendations that have been made. Then modified policies for acquisition, recruitment, human resources development. I gave an example of Israel and India. Just 3 companies each and 2 countries, one very, very small, a dot in the map, and we have the subcontinent. The same 3 companies with much lesser manpower, they are able to give double the revenue than we have. So that means there is some issue with the preparedness of our workforce. So that also has to be looked at. And there are several other things like intellectual property rights and business cases and things like that. So I think government will look at those issues as well. Then we also need to provide higher funding for R&D, not only by DRDO, but also by private companies. And private companies also must come in the business of quality assurance and certification regimes. That I think policy change government has to bring. Then the institutionalized support framework for defense exports, especially by MSMEs, because unlike the big companies, MSMEs will have some handicaps and startups will have furthermore handicaps. So there needs to be a institutionalized framework for defense exports for promoting the exports from MSMEs and startups. And ultimately, we also need a think tank which looks at what is happening around the world in both strategies and technologies, and what should be our strategy in the revised scenario, and for that revised strategy, what kind of technologies are required. So those kind of brainstorming sessions and brainstorming documents somebody should produce and make available to the stakeholders. So this is, I think, another recommendation that the government hopefully will see. Next slide, please. And I'm sure many people like us, like me, must be feeding the government, and government must be taking the inputs from the 360 degrees, and they will accept what is acceptable, they will reject what is not acceptable to them. So that is their business, they have to do. But I think it is important that we need to speak out. And Because unless we speak, the policymakers will not know the ground truth and the ground requirements. But it was my experience that it is very difficult to find people, at least from industry, and more specifically from MSMEs and startups, to talk about their distress points, and even more difficult to get the implementable suggestions. So these are some things which I would request that all of you please consider whenever there is a possibility. You must be able to give your pain points and what is the solution that you are expecting. So some recommendations to the government as well. So it appears to me that government is actually listening. There is some mechanism in the government that goes through the publications, and then of course, as I said earlier, accept the recommendation or reject the recommendation or modify the recommendation. I'm vouching for this fact because at least 3 recommendations which I published in the Economic Times, they got announced by the government after a lag of few months. So I'm not taking the credit of those recommendations, but I'm only saying that there is a mechanism in the government which goes through the recommendations, and whatever they find that there is something worth doing, they are willing to do. So therefore, it is important for all of you to bring out the pain points and the recommendations to remove those pain points. Next, please. So having talked in general so far, I want to talk to you about some specific recommendations for Uttarakhand, and which is the theme of this conclave. So despite the fact that there are 4 major optics establishments in Uttarakhand, they are all MOD establishments, 1 DRDO lab, IRDE, 2 ordnance factories, erstwhile ordnance factories, OLF and OFD, and 1 factory of BEL in Kotdwara. We don't have any optics cluster or optics manufacturing hub in Dehradun or around Dehradun. It has not developed. There used to be one in Ambala, but that also has disappeared because there was no business case. Dehradun can also be a hub for precision engineering as well. At one point of time, there were several industries doing precision machining. I'm not sure how many of them have survived and how many of them are still operating. So when I was in IRD till about 2012-13 and even later on, for most of our optics and precision mechanical engineering requirements, we had to go to Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Chennai, Machilipatnam, Pune, and Mumbai. I think that situation has not changed even today. Likewise, despite the fact that many major communication technology breakthroughs have come from DEL Dehradun, Uttarakhand does not boast of a single major communication industry. Counter to this, in countries like USA and China, they have a concept called technology district. So this is something similar to what Maruti has done by promoting the automobile sector. In the automobile sector, they have promoted the industry, small industry, ancillary industry in Gurgaon and Manesar area. I don't know whether the DRDO lab directors and the general managers of the factories are available, but if they are available, I would request them to consider developing such ancillary industries around Dehradun or wherever they find it's good in Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand industry may also like to work in areas of landslides and earthquake warning systems. There is a laboratory in Chandigarh called DGRE, the DRDO laboratory, and they have a very strong partnership with IIT Roorkee in this area. And when I was in DRDO, when we opened the DRDO Industry Academia Center of Excellence, we seeded this as one vertical for defense applications, and this will have huge applications in the civil market as well, because Uttarakhand is landslide prone state. Likewise, another vertical that we seeded at that time was high density energy devices. So high density energy devices, green and perpetual energy sources are other areas which can be taken advantage from IIT Roorkee. Electronic intelligence may play a huge role in preventing encroachments and transgressions. Electronic warfare technologies specifically suited for northern terrain may be pursued by some of you, and the related DRDO labs are in Hyderabad and Bengaluru. One may also look at the possibility of devices that do real-time translation of languages spoken in inimical countries. This, of course, has to be done without the requirement of internet, because with the internet you can always do, but we need online without internet. So likewise, warfare may also be another area. Initially, we can focus on the inimical countries facing Uttarakhand, and then you can expand it to other areas. Communications, networking, robotics, drones, and digital technologies can be other areas to support requirement of forces, not only in ISR and weapons, but also in logistics. Medical instrumentation can be another area which can help not only the services, but also our population, our civilian population in far and wide areas in Uttarakhand. I think, or it might have already been done, but if not done, I would request FICCI to do some kind of a study, some kind of market research, and bring out those areas which can be taken up by the industry in Uttarakhand. Next slide, please. So having said all this, it is also a fact that MSMEs have to survive as part of the overall ecosystem. MSMEs must be supported by lead system integrators, that is big companies, and on one end, and on the other end, they must support the startups. The tendency of maximizing in-house content in products leads to suboptimal performance in long run. And if we keep doing it as we have been doing so far, we will not be able to reach the goal of 317 or 300 plus billion US dollar that I spoke earlier. So if India has to achieve the aspirational targets, we have to learn to competitively coexist. I hope the industry associations like FICCI, etc., will take lead in bringing such transformation. Before I end my talk, I have a suggestion for all of you. Formulate a vision for Uttarakhand. And I am just calling it UDIT, Uttarakhand Defense Industry and Technology Vision. You may rename it if you don't like this. Call it whatever you like, but have a vision for the Uttarakhand defense industry and defense technology. And once you formulate that, you can submit it to Uttarakhand government, who can transform that vision to policy. You may call it Udit Yojana or whatever you like. And this will help you in developing industry clusters and technologies with proper business cases. I will be glad to support if there is a need to do so, and if participation is desired by you or FICCI or anybody else. My best wishes to all of you, all participants, all the organizers, and once again apologies for what happened in the forenoon. I could not join. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for this nice presentation. You very well listed out, flagged all the policy gaps. Not only highlighted the policy gaps, but also suggested some of the areas where some Uttarakhand-based initiatives can be taken specifically. And this acronym UDIT is really inspiring. So we'll definitely take it up and discuss with you the further steps. How can we? And in fact, sir, this you started with the CIPRI data latest release, and to share with you this situation, 20s to 80 ratio in the defense production, government versus private. Really a concern, and really for the Viksit Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat is really important to flip the situation to 80s to 20, and it needs a really systematic approach towards Viksit Bharat. So thanks for highlighting all the important points, and we will be in touch with you for this. Thank you for joining us today, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
So with this, we move to the next session, opportunity for defense MSME in capital generation, indigenization and TDF projects. We have with us online, joined through online link, Ms. Parvati Murthy, AVP National Stock Exchange of India Limited. Ms. Parvati would deliver a talk on NSE Emerge platform. So Ms. Parvati, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear.
Thank you very much for confirming. We have the presentation ready? Just 1 minute, Ms. Parvati. We are just uploading the slides. Can you see your slides? Ms. Parvati, the slides are, we have uploaded the slides. I hope you are also able to see them. Okay, so now I hand over the podium to you, and over to you. Thank you. Ms. Parvati, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, your slides are, we can view your slides. I hope you are also able to see them.
Yes, I am able to see them.
Okay, please go ahead then. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and warm thanks to FICCI for inviting me for this presentation on NSE Emerge and the larger themes associated with defense. It's good to meet all of you virtually, and I'm really sorry that I haven't been able to make it in person. I would have loved to be there, but due to some other engagements, I couldn't make it. I am Parvati Murthy. I am a part of National Stock Exchange, and I'm here to speak about NSE Emerge. NSE Emerge is our platform where SMEs and startups can raise funds, that is capital, for their growth requirements. To move to the next slide, please. What is NSE Emerge is basically just like we have a main board where listings of the larger companies. So everyone would have heard the likes of Hyundai, which got listed last month, or Swiggy, which got listed last month. NSE Emerge is a dedicated platform which is enabling SMEs to raise funds. This was started in 2012 and this is regulated by the capital markets regulator SEBI. If we see in terms of the operations, it's working just like the normal listings of the larger companies. Till date, we have seen 577 companies list on this platform and raise about 15,200 crores. But what is worrying to me is what I wrote in the brackets below that. There are just 2 companies from Uttarakhand who have raised funds and are listed with us, cumulatively less than 40 crores. So this is a huge gap, and I see a lot of opportunities, especially in the defense segment. I'll come to 3 points which I haven't mentioned in the slides as we come to the conclusion of this presentation. What I would like you to focus on is the market capitalization of these companies. That is the cumulative value of all the shares which are trading of these companies. So as against 15,200 odd crores which these companies have raised, the value or the worth which they have created for the investors, the market capitalization of these companies is about 2 lakh crores. So you can see the kind of potential which is there in the SME segment. On an average, the issue size we've seen has gone up in the last 2 years, averaging about 26. And if we were to see this year's average, it's nearing the 30 to 35 crore mark. And the interesting part is this is about 40% of the companies which are listed on NSE Emerge go on to move to the main board companies. So they trade and are as liquid as the main board stocks like HDFC Bank or Infosys. So that's where eventually any company would aspire to be in the rank of the big guys. Moving forward to the next slide, please. I'd request all the participants there to read this slide bottom up. So if I were to plot the growth journey of a company, at the startup stage, these companies are generally promoter owned and promoter funded out of capital which are raised from friends and families. Often ventures are bootstrapped, and it's the community or the family of the promoter which funds the initial stage. Specific to the defense ecosystem, there are funds as well as IDEX and other arms of the Ministry of Defense. They come in at the early stage. That's the next one, where you would see either venture capital or seed capital being infused into the company. The next stage is where we come in, where companies which have got a product and have are ready to go to market at that stage, or in terms of getting the required approvals internally, and when you want to scale up production. That's exactly where you would see that promoting the promoter company from their own funds, there is a cap up to which they would be able to get. And again, further venture capital may require further dilution. So VCs may want to see eventually an exit when the company is ready to move into commercial production stage. That's exactly the growth capital where NSE Emerge can come in and provide the capital which is required. As the company grows to the top, we have the large company state where it is fit to be a part of the main board, and retail as well as institutional investors can be the investors on a large company. Moving to the next slide, uh, to give you a background of what are the regulations associated with this. SEBI, which is the market regulator, has the eligibility criteria defined, that where the issuer, that is the company which is wanting to list, it's post issue, that is post the IPO, paid up capital, if it is less than 10 crores, then it can only approach the SME board. Up to 25 crores, it may approach either the SME board or the main board. Above 25 crores paid up capital, the company has to approach the main board only. So 10 to 25 crores is the bucket. So up to 25 crores is the bucket where companies can approach the SME IPO route and raise funds. So over and above the overarching criteria of SEBI, the approval is given by the exchange on the eligibility and the approval for raising funds through IPO. So there are four broad eligibility criteria defined by the exchange. First is that the issuer or the company needs to be in existence or should have a 3-year operational history. So that is here it is defined as the business. So which means either the promoters, so the company itself, or the promoters, or the firm, if the business has been in the firm before getting converted to a company, they have to have at least a 3-year operating history. That is, the business should be in existence for at least 3 years. The second point is it should have made operational profit, that is at the EBITDA level, earnings before interest, depreciation and tax, for at least 2 out of the 3 previous financial years. We are considering only the full financial year. The third point is that it should have positive net worth. That means if there are any losses which have got accumulated because of say R&D expenses or initial losses, there should be sufficient capital infused so that the net worth as on the date of filing the document is positive. And the last one is free cash flow. This is eligibility criteria which the exchange has introduced effective from the 1st of September. So free cash flow, I'll come to that in a bit. Free cash flow, that is the cash flow which is available to equity shareholders, again should be positive for 2 out of 3 financial years. I'll recap and give a background that 3 years operational history, 2 years of operational profit out of the 3 years, positive net worth, and 2 years of positive free cash flow. The rationale behind this is that unlike in case of private equity or venture capital investors, when we are approaching the public at large, we are essentially looking at the lowest common denominator. We are looking at the most, you could say, the ill-informed or the least sophisticated investor. And so when public money is at stake here, we need to see that the company is in existence, its product is tried and tested, and it has profitability as well as cash flow. So that's the rationale behind having somewhat more stringent criteria than just the basic eligibility criteria of SEBI. However, these eligibility criteria for SME companies continue to be little more relaxed as opposed to the main board. So we don't want SME companies to be burdened with regulation. At the same time, we have to also be sure that the public investors' interest is protected. I'll now come to the slide, the next one, where we are defining how free cash flow is calculated. So cash flow from operations, which is the basic starting point. Cash flow from operations minus the capital expenditure, which is planned for the year, which has been done for the last year, plus any borrowings. These could be loans from banks or financial institutions, or it could also be unsecured loans from friends and family or promoters, minus any interest expenses, which is net of the effect of taxes. So in the example which is given below, we start with cash flow from operating activities. That's the basic cash flow which the business is able to generate. From that, we are going to reduce any capex which has been incurred. Again, the rationale behind this is that whatever amount is set aside for capex is not going to be available to the equity shareholders for taking control. So minus the capex, any repayment of loans and proceeds from loans. So the net borrowings, so this could be long term as well as short term. It could be from banks and financial institutions, or it could be unsecured loans from friends, families, or promoters. And we would reduce the tax effect, the interest post tax, again, because interest is something which is paid to the debt holders and is not available to the equity shareholders. So netting of these, you would have free cash flow. We have not defined an amount, so there is no number that it should be a minimum of X or Y, but it should be positive. So 2 out of the 3 preceding years, a company should have positive free cash flow. That's the latest eligibility criteria. Let's look at the others. So moving on to the next slide. In terms of other areas where you would need to take care from a regulatory perspective, there needs to be a minimum of 50 allottees, that is the investors to whom the shares are allotted, minimum 50. And there has to be a minimum dilution of at least 25%. That means that the promoter stake or the selling shareholders stake has to be a minimum dilution of 25%. The DRHP is in the same format as it is for the main board, so nothing changes there in terms of the disclosure. The only thing which changes is that the approval on the DRHP is not done by SEBI but is done by the exchange, and that helps in reducing the timelines for approvals. Considering that SME markets are relatively illiquid as opposed to main board market, and considering that the risk of failure of smaller companies is higher than the risk of failures of well-established companies, it is mandatory that the issues which come on the SME Emerge platform have to be underwritten. So underwriting is basically done by merchant bankers. So underwriting is essentially where the merchant banker says at any point in time, the merchant banker or the underwriter is willing to offer a bid and offer is willing to subscribe to a portion in case it remains unsubscribed. So the whole idea is that underwriting will ensure that the required funds for the issuer is available. And the next point is the market making point. Again, market making here would mean that because there is less of trading activity associated with the SME scripts, in case a retail investor wants to sell, if there are no other buyers, then the market maker will be available to buy those, or in case he wants to sell, in case he wants to buy, the market maker would be available to sell those. So market making again is where buy and sell codes. Yes.
Touch upon some of the key points and then maybe summarize.
Key points with respect to the eligible with the emerge again is a minimum of 50 allottees need to be there. 25% of the promoter stake should be diluted. The DRHP, so DRHP again is a document which contains so basically is, you know, the gist is what the retail investor would be reading. It contains the background about the company, it contains the various risk factors, it contains what is the business all about, what is the promoter and the management qualification, what is their background. It contains what is the purpose for which you are raising the funds. So it would have a detail of what is going to be used. So for example, a company may be wanting to raise funds for the purpose of capital expansion. So that is for adding capacity, or it could be for acquiring another company, or it could be for increasing, augmenting the working capital requirement. So that is a section where the company is going to convey to the investors what is the purpose for which I am approaching the IPO market, what am I going to do with these funds. And then there are the statutory disclosures which are required. The role of the merchant banker is very crucial here. I will again be stressing on that as we move forward. So merchant banker is basically a SEBI approved intermediary who would be putting together the entire IPO. He is often the one who is also underwriting the issue. Again, underwriting is for the purpose that because there is less liquidity and SME issues are more likely to fail than main board issues because of the risks of smaller companies, untested businesses. That is why, to protect the investor as well as the issuer's interest, exchange has mandated that it should be 100% underwritten.
In interest of time. Thank you.
Sure. So, as moving forward, companies which are in the SME board can migrate to the main board. The minimum investment, because it is an SME, is a minimum of 1 lakh, and the trading lot in this is 1 lakh as well, which means only informed investors and investors who have a higher risk appetite are expected to be the participants in this. I'll leave the slide. If you have to give a comparison between the pain and the gain. So moving to the next slide. Let's skip this. Let's go to the next one, which is the more interesting one. The next 2 slides is what I would like to draw your attention to. We in the exchange have a tie-up with number of state governments, and I've highlighted the assistance which we have via an MOU with the government of Uttarakhand, where up to 10% of the expenditure which is incurred, or up to 2.5 lakhs, is reimbursed by the government to the SME issuer. Hence, I would request the audience present there to keep in mind about this incentive. And moving to the next slide is where NSE has MOUs with different state government. We have recently entered, so that's last year, we've entered into an MOU with the government of Uttarakhand to promote SME IPOs. And there is a lot of potential, and I would like to see many more companies take advantage of the incentive as well as the MOU which the state government has. I'd also like to mention here that we also have an MOU with the Ministry of Defense. So we entered into an MOU with the Ministry of Defense in July 24, where again we collaborate with various arms of the Ministry of Defense to increase awareness about the NSE Emerge platform. And that's the reason why I am present here to under that MOU. Moving to the next slide, I'll just quickly recap how you would be able to the journey for listing on NSE Emerge. You can approach directly the exchange. There is no requirement of that we are not accessible. We are very well accessible. You can visit us. Our headquarters is at Mumbai. The merchant bankers play a crucial role in preparing the offer documents. The offer documents are filed with NSE, and after the vetting of these documents, an in-principle approval is given by the exchange. That is valid for a year, and you can choose to list at the appropriate time when the markets are appearing to be conducive. At any point in time for a year, since the approval is given by the exchange. The entire process is an online process. There is no paper documents which are required to be submitted, and the team members of the exchange are accessible to you via phone or email. I'll skip the next one, which is about how the index has been performing, and I'll like to draw your attention to the graph which is on the next slide. Next, please. Yeah, this one. So just take a look at how the markets have been performing over the last 2 years. In the financial year 23-24, we saw 138 companies list and raise about 4,600 crores. And in just the 7 months, this is the data as of the 31st of October, that's the last one. In just the 7 months of this financial year, we've already seen 125 companies raise collectively about 5,200 crores. So that is the kind of buoyancy which is there in the SME IPO market. And I would, through this platform, urge everyone present there, especially the SME companies in Uttarakhand, to take advantage of this platform to raise funds. I'll come to the last slide. where the contact details of the team members of NSE is mentioned. So we are reachable via email or phone for any of the queries which you may have. Like I had mentioned at the beginning, there were 3 points which are not covered in the slides, which I had wanted to share with you. The first one was what I mentioned, that we have an MOU with the Ministry of Defense for increasing awareness about the NSE Emerge platform. The second point which I would want to make here is that recently SEBI has come out with a consultation paper on SME IPOs. And since it is just a consultation paper, I haven't formally included it in the slides, but there are expected to be some more changes which are in pipeline in the SME IPO space. And the third one point which I would like to make here is that SME IPOs are generally, if there are investors present out there, or when you speak with your set of investors, please bear in mind that SME IPOs are generally more risky than mainboard IPOs, and hence you need to be cautious while investing in them. So these are the 3 points which I'd like to make. And thank you for your time and attention. If there's something where I could add value or clarify, I'm happy to do so on a one-on-one basis.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Parvati Murthy, for taking us through this journey. A very important stage, the growth stage, where a lot of SMEs require a handholding, and the funding support is really required at that stage. We'll share this document with our MSMEs members, and we'll get back to you if there is any query on this. Thank you very much
Surely,
for joining us.
surely. Thank you so much.
So, thank you. Yeah. So moving ahead, we'll hand over the dais to now Lieutenant Colonel Taposh Munjal, Associate Director, Aerospace and Defense, KPMG, India. Lieutenant Colonel Munjal would talk on enhancing the participation of MSME in defense sector. Lieutenant Colonel Munjal, can you hear us? Lieutenant Colonel Munjal, is he online? Okay. Can you hear us, sir? Oh, you are on mute. You are on mute, sir. Yeah. You are still on mute.
Sorry,
Oh,
my mistake.
okay, okay. Now, can hear you very clearly. Yeah. Please, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to be here after serving for 22 years in the army and moved to consulting about 2 years back. And what I heard from the last two speakers, I thought the sector is exciting, but now I see it is super exciting. It has changed the landscape for the industry. It has changed the landscape for the defense forces. It has changed the landscape for the MSMEs as well. Just from the KPMG's point of view, we have been in the consulting for the last about 20 years. And from corporatization of ordnance factories, being consultants with the 12 out of 16 DPSUs and handling both the defense corridors, it has been pretty exciting from last about a decade or so, where we have seen a lot of changes coming in the sector. So I'll straight away move on the presentation. As I understand, there is a time crunch. So that's what we are all about, the Aerospace and Defense Advisory Service, as I talk to you. Indian military budget, I'm sure everybody has already talked about it. It has increased tremendously. There has been a lot of infusion in the capital outlay for the defense forces across the three services. We have increased to multitude in last few years. Myself, I was in the financial planning directorate before I left. From that stage to what I see 3 years down the line, it has been a tremendous increase. I'll just skip that, and this can be had a look once the presentation is shared. The budget split has been across the three services. I talk of Air Force and Navy have been the largest spenders. Army, as such, I would say, is because they're not a platform-centric organization. We would say they are a boots-on-ground organization. So their capital might be low, but yes, they are also catching up with that. And there is you would say, an equivalent split between the platform-centric organization, Navy and the Air Force, and of course, the R&D organization, DRDO. Uh, when we talk about these, why I'm showing this slide is when we talk about MSMEs, we might not be engaged at tier one alpha or tier two level, which is giving the essential components. But when we talk of the defense industry coming to India, and we don't talk about the tier three, tier four support, which the tier one assembly would require, whether it is a DPSUs or the defense industry which is going in India, it would not proceed. I would not say ki that's the only level at which the MSMEs would engage. I would say when we talk of IDEX, TDF, innovation, that's a place where the MSMEs have a large say, and none of the defense initiatives which would be coming to India or being developed in India would have any impact without the support of MSMEs. Having managed the UP Defense Corridor and Tamil Nadu Defense Corridor for close to about 5 years now, I can be sure to say that there is an equitable distribution of participation from the MSMEs to tier one manufacturers from DPSUs, and the MSME ecosystems, whether it is a tier one, tier two support or coming at the platform level for a smaller platform, it has been immense. Uh, the procurement policies, I assume that there has been a lot of funding infusion which has been talked about. That is when we talk of the Make One categories, you have a 70% government funding which is coming in the Make One category. Make Two category, as we were discussing, if have everything in place and you require the funding to come, there has to be industry support which is to be there in Make Two. And Make Three is slightly on a low. So if I say Make One and Make Two categories, we have seen a lot of programs coming in. Although Make 2 has not taken wings as of now, Make 1 has already taken wings. You say programs such as tactical communication system, battlefield management systems are the Make 1 category. While when we talk of the smaller parts, the Make 2 is yet to take its wings. Make 3 was introduced in DAP 2020 and is at a very nascent stage. When we talk of the programs and the categories, the pie charts would say how we are concentrating on the various platforms across the segments in defense. Um, DPM, I'll not touch upon because I assume that before this, when we went about the previous session, this must have been covered. And yeah, this is important when we talk about the MSMEs, whether now we coming to a platform level. There are two, three avenues when we say the MSME participant who has a platform ready and would like to understand what is a defense requirement. The point number one is whether your platform suits a defense requirement or not. And point number two is how do they buy it? So the first option that we always say is going for a smaller quantity to something called Army Commander Special Financial Power and equivalent given to Navy and the Air Force called the Navy Commander Special Financial Power and Air Force Commander Special Financial Power. These allocations through the revenue budget have uh, have got a procurement cycle which is smaller, have quantity which can be controlled, and it should be a regional requirement. So I assume that let's give an example. Let's say in the northern sector or Kashmir, we would require a certain kind of drones which operate at a particular temperature and a certain altitude. Now, this is a limited quantity, which is a geographical or a terrain specific or an operational specific requirement. And this requirement can be fulfilled by any person who has the design, understands the requirements, and can make it. Now, with these infusions which come in smaller quantities through Army Commander Special Financial Power, would give you an inroad to demonstrate your capacity and capability to be a verified supplier or a required equipment supplier to the defense forces. And such things would thereafter definitely grow up and could fructify into a bigger pie as a capital contract. A small example was one of the drone companies had a first lot to be supplied through Army Commander Special Financial Power. Uh, Post the Doklam incident, there was a requirement to do an emergency procurement wherein the army went for about 50, 60 of such drones. And thereafter, seeing their capacity and capability, this product has been introduced as a scaled item to all the units, all the infantry units in the army. So now, starting from that small order which they had from Army Commander Special Financial Power, and then moving on to the emergency powers, and now going to the capital procurement, it would have taken a lot of time for them. But yes, the inroads have to be built where you have been able to demonstrate your capacity and capability and meeting the requirements of the defense forces. Uh, FDI through DAP has been must have been spoken of. Otherwise, it's listed on the screen. By Indian IDDM, we have FDI thresholds 49%, by Indian 74%, buy and make Indian 74%. So there is a lot of FDI that can be taken on by the MSMEs in case you find a relevant JV or a TOT partner. Thereafter, uh, there are caps which have been the facilitation which is being done. There's a promotion which is being done, and the work that has been done for FDI. Of course, if you want to increase it to 100% FDI limit, it is also possible, but then there is a special approval route through the Defense Acquisition Council, which is being done. As of now, only one case which has gone through for 100% FDI procurement was a case of Saab, which is going to manufacture rocket launchers based out of Haryana. Now, this is where I heard my previous speaker when he was talking about the government's focus on Atmanirbhar defense sector. Now, this overall is a vision which grows the defense industry overall. The previous speaker who was there, he was talking about the economic spin-off, the technology spin-offs, and these are very well highlighted in the points which I've highlighted in this. The first one is the establishment of defense industrial corridors. The UP Uttar Pradesh Defense Industrial Corridor is coming up at 6 places. The subscription has been good, and the government looks to launch now Uttar Pradesh Defense Industrial Corridor 2.0. In addition, the Uttar Pradesh government is also launching something called industrial manufacturing and logistic clusters coming up at 32 locations across UP, located very close to the highways, providing it the logistic support which is required. The terms and conditions are similar to the defense industrial corridor, but defense industrial corridor says 50% should be supplied to the defense industry or exported for the defense industry, while industrial manufacturing clusters would talk of only across any kind of industry. So these two corridors which have come up have given a boost. Now, these are not the only corridors, I must say. As a consulting firm, we consult aggressively with the state governments, where we have seen traditionally, which are traditional states which have been agri-based economies like Punjab, Haryana, have approached and asked for coming up with a defense manufacturing clusters or a policy. The two inquiries that we see are coming from the state of Rajasthan and coming from the state of Andhra Pradesh. Traditionally, since as we say of Uttarakhand, we have not seen that kind of defense industry coming up in India because of the heavy industries which it requires support for. But however, the focus on the defense industry and kind of revenue it generates, the kind of economic spin-offs it has, technology spin-offs it has, and also the talk of I should say I should highlight that when we talk of the dual use technology which come up with that. If you see traditionally, there are much when DRDO talks of technology infusion or technology development, it talks of a dual use of all its technologies. If it is developing a ready-to-eat a ration item or a food item, it has a dual purposes also. Then the second point is introduction of 5 positive indigenization lists which started in 2021, and the government has taken a decision that these items which are earmarked will be only procured after a particular deadline from the Indian industry. And meanwhile, the DPSUs have been given another list, positive indigenous list, which they should focus on and develop it indigenously. Now, what are these lists? These lists are for those platforms which were imported about 20-30 years back. They are still in service, and we want to sustain them for another 10-15 years or upgrade them. Now, when we look at their upgradation, the country from which we imported from has either stopped production or is not ready to supply or does not fit the diplomatic ties with India now. So these items which are for DPSUs have to be manufactured in India, and that is where the MSME space kicks in and takes wings from. Institutions like IDEX and TDF has already been spoken of. There are schemes which come up. Another point I should highlight here is all the 3 services release a list of their problem statements. For the army, it is called a compendium of problem definition statements released every year. It is a 1-pager problem statement which they would ask you to come in and innovate. And once you would have shown your design concept or a POC, you would give a provisional supply order for it. This is headed by the Army Design Bureau. Similar organizations in the Navy and the Air Force. The Air Force's Department of Aerospace Design in the Air Force headquarters is dealing with such problem statements which are coming directly from these services, and we would like to see they would like to see the industry participate and take on the provisional supply order for them. The indigenization portal Srijan lists all the DPSU items or the indigenization items with the quantum which has been listed, has been imported in last few years, and where the MSM industry could support us. There is a simplification of process of our industrial license with a longer validity period. Offset policies and FDI relaxations have been introduced. And of course, the public procurement says Make in India has a preference. So Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat have been the focus for this government. So all these initiatives is put together and in not take it as a different piece or try to approach them in a different manner, whether it is the Army Commander Special Financial Power, or is it the Chapter 10 of DAP, that is OCPP, or we talk of Defense and Industrial Corridors, or we talk of the indigenization or IDEX. So thing, it has to be comprehensively seen from your product point of view. How do we approach the problem, and how do we get into the ecosystem which demonstrates my capacity, capability, and my assurance of quality to the defense forces. What we talk of this MSME defense industry, we should not focus only for the Indian defense forces, Indian armed forces. I would always say that a focus should always remain how export oriented we are. Traditionally, there was the lookout of MOD was that we would have defense attaches posted to the countries from where we look at the potential to import. Recently, the initiatives with the defense industry has taken it to the next level, where we have got defense attaches sitting in countries where we would like to export. And these defense attaches collaborate with the SIDM, FICCI, and take on the kind of products that we are manufacturing, what kind of capacity and capability we have in India, where they can approach the defense industry there or the procurement directors there to don't buy it from Europe or the US market or the UK market, but come to India and see how good we are or how equally competitive we are. Positive India is just a snapshot of what is going across and what is the years in which we are talking of. Look at all these items which are there, indigenization, embargo for DPSUs or the platforms. It gives a technology push to the entire defense industry from tier 1 to tier 4, from MSMEs to bigger platforms to make it in India and supply it for not only India but to abroad. And I would stop here. That's my contact number and contact details. All personal queries can be answered. If the house permits, I can take on a few questions if we have time. I have taken about 12 minutes now. Thank you.
Giving this valuable highlights, and also with due consideration of time, you could wrap up your presentation well in time. So thank you for that as well. We would, sir, communicate if there is any question. We will communicate back to you in interest of time. So,
sure, sir.
Yeah. Right now, we will move to the next speaker now. We would Shri Arjun Kumar, Additional Director, Scientist F, Directorate of Technology Development, that is TDF, DRDO. So, Shri Arjun Kumar would talk on the opportunity in TDF projects. May we have Shri Arjun Kumar ji? Shri Arjun Kumar, can you hear us?
Yeah, you are perfectly audible.
Yes, thank you. We can hear you loud and clear.
So thank you very much for inviting. Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to the FICCI to organize this wonderful seminar by inviting all the stakeholders at one platform. So now I would like to share my screen here. So this Technology Development Fund, I think the gathering is very much aware about it. It is one of the very important and strong avenue for funding to the defense industries, especially MSMEs and startups. And you know that this is the scheme where Sri Hariom Srivastava Sahab, who was the earlier Director General Technology Management, who has told very clearly that for industry there are various opportunities. One is the manufacturing, then MRO, and then there are the possibilities for the R&D. So the R&D possibility, now the government has opened various gates for having this kind of a avenues available with the defense industries to cultivate themselves by providing a funding at one stakeholding and providing the financial support from the DRDO side or the IDEX side. A lot of avenues and possibilities are there. So out of this, one of the very important scheme of the MOD, which is being executed by DRDO, it is called Technology Development Fund Scheme. And it has come into the framework and conceptualization after the first budget of the government in the year 2014 itself. And then finally in 15, the committee of secretaries held and they have empowered DRDO to set up this particular scheme from the DRDO itself. In 2016, the Honorable Raksha Mantri then Manoj Parrikar Sahab has given a nod for this scheme and it has been launched. But you know, after launching not only the one process through which we can start, there are a lot many processes and procedures they need to come into the framework. Then only it is possible to allocate the funding to the defense industries. And very honestly, I would say that it is very surprising at that moment of time, are we giving grants to the industries? Because before that, only the grants were given to the academic institutions only. But this was the avenue through which the government has opened the gate very first time in the year 2016 when they have given approval that yes, grants can be given to the industries for cultivating the R&D culture within themselves, and government is supporting to them and providing 90% of the financial support from the government side under the TDF scheme. And then in the year 2016-18, we took almost 2 years for creating the all process and procedures, and finally 2018 we have awarded first round of projects. Since the journey started 18 onwards, till date we have awarded almost now 79 projects. 79 projects have been awarded, almost a cost of roughly around some 334 or 40 crore plus. And now on 18 October, Honorable RM has given the approval for the amended SOP. And also in June, the limit of one project has been enhanced from 10 crore to 50 crore under the TDF scheme per project. This scheme is creating a very ultimate ecosystem under the defense R&D culture, I would say, where we are taking the tri-services requirements. Industry is doing the R&D with the mentorship of the DRDO by using the facilities, by providing the funds from the DRDO, and there are a team of the technical experts and domain experts who are guiding to the industries, and industry can take the help of the academy also. So this is the ecosystem which is having the stakeholding of all the available resources. Under the TDF scheme, we are taking the projects which are having a great potential expertise and the requirement of the tri-services. We are also working on futuristic technologies. We are also working on upgrading technology readiness level TRL3 onwards, and which are the indigenization requirements actually. And we are taking requirements from the services where we want to enhance the product in the process under the projects. And if there are any technology gaps, so those kind of requirements we are taking. Funding, as I told you, now it has grown up to 50 crore, and this is especially to MSMEs and startup, and the DRDO is giving 90% funding under the project. 150 crore projects recently we have closed, which is the RF SOC for the proximity sensor. For that project, the evaluation is going on. And very soon we are bringing many more projects for the industry to apply into it. Eligibility, any Indian industry, as per the definition, they can participate.
Industry can have a collaboration with other industries and with academia also. Duration initially it was there for 2 years, but in amended SOP it is now 4 years. When I'm calling the stakeholders, then there are the stakeholdings from each of the unit, I would say. There is a stakeholding from the tri-services, the DDP and the DRDO. So everybody is working for the best utilization of the avenues which are readily available for the industries to develop the critical technologies. The kind of a process we are following, so we are discussing with all the tri-services, the advanced planning and consultation, and finally we are going for the feasibility come RFI, and after that we are taking the A1 and approval of the project, and we are launching for the RFI or EOI, and after that we are doing the project selection and the industry selection and awarding the projects to particular industry and providing a dedicated team from the DRDO who will mentor the industry, and we are supporting at each milestone by providing the funding in the reimbursement or advance against the bank guarantee. This is a dedicated team for one project. That means if we are awarding any project to the industry, then there will be a dedicated team which is called Project Monitoring and Mentoring Group, which consists of a very senior people of the DRDO, the senior scientists, the certification agencies, the DRDO scientist belongs to that particular the domain expertise, and the TDF directorates who will execute this whole process and will guide the industry how to develop the technology. If there is any technical issues or technical guidance is required, the DRDO lab is facilitating. If there is administrative and financial requirement, the Directorate of TDF is facilitating that how to execute further under the project. Any industry, whenever they would like to apply under the TDF scheme, they have to be at par with these 4 broad parameters. So that means it is called evaluation criteria, how we are evaluating them. So one is the design capability, which is having 60 marks, where the industry should tell us that what kind of a configuration or the approach they want to make, the functionalities or the kind of the approach they would like to follow for the development of the critical defense technology, which we have opened for them to indigenize or the futuristic one. And what kind of an indigenous design capability they have, and what other capabilities if they don't have, how they would like to take the help, whether from the country itself or from the outside. And what kind of the fabrication and manufacturing capability they have with them, whether it is available with them or they would like to create or they would like to utilize within the country, and what kind of an approach they would like to follow. So 25 marks will be given for them. And then if this technology is successfully developed, then what kind of the maintainability and life cycle support they can provide for a sustainability of the technology. And then the commercial criteria, which is the least criteria for the TDF selection of any industry, where we would like just to see the nature of the company, whether they are in the profitable or they are in debt or whatever it is. So just we would like to assess their health in terms of the financial stability. And that is why it is having a very least marks. And now, if you see the benefit to the industry, a lot of the requirement being developed under the TDF will be given once this technology successfully developed. Like we have a joint IPR provisions, the industry may provide the licensing to some other partners, and the industries are also getting the sales opportunities within the country or the outside of the country also. And they have a great export potential opportunities also after the completion of this. And after this, probably they may be benefited and may be called as a development agency, and these requirement of such technology or a product can directly be procured from the industry itself. Very recently, the function held at the DRDO headquarters on 18 October, where the revised SOP has been released by the Honorable Raksha Mantriji, and the copy of the same is available in the DRDO web portal, drdo.gov.in. When I am talking about any of the schemes which the government has given, always we should also tell that how far we have received the kind of a success under the technology development scheme or the other avenues which we are creating. So these are actually the pillars of the Make in India, Atmanirbhar Abhiyan or the self-reliance. So just I would like to share with you the few of the things. We have recently awarded few projects under the TDF, which is the development of indigenous scenario and sensor simulation toolkit, which we have awarded to the Oxygen to Innovation Private Limited, Noida. Then we have awarded very recently the underwater submarine launch and unmanned aerial system, which we have given to Saga Defense. And similarly, we have given a long-range ROV for underwater detection and neutralization very recently in June itself. Already one milestone we have almost completed. An agreement has been signed. And the ice detection sensor for aircraft, which we have given Craft Logic Labs Private Limited. We have given an IRNSS based the system, which we have given the Accord Software System Private Limited, Bangalore, and we have given the radar signal processing, which we have given to the Data Pattern Limited, Chennai, at the cost of around 10 CR. Total project cost 10 CR, the audio share is 90%, which is the 9 CR. Similarly, we have given one project, the development of the graphene-based e-textile and smart textile for multifunctional wearable application, which we have given Aloha Tech Technology Private Limited. And very recently, in fact, we have awarded this project the 75 kVA constant frequency alternator for MCA. So this kind of a very critical component where we are importing the technologies, we are importing the products, items, spares, subsystems. Now we are trying to realize those items under the Technology Development Fund scheme with the mentorship of the DRDO. And slowly, the karma of the industry is continuously increasing with the TDF as a family. And when we have awarded, then definitely because 18 onward we have awarded the project. So obviously there is a great success we have achieved under the TDF projects. So like we have developed the Su-30 onboard computers, the avionics video processing card for the analog to digital. We have converted the cesium thallium decontamination kit, which is being used for any radiological emergency. We have developed the autonomous UAV for search and report operation, successfully completed. We have developed the composite seawater pumps for the Navy, and they have already been installed onto the ship itself. And we have developed the simulator for unmanned ground marine system. We have developed one Divydrashti cutting edge AI tool for personal identification. And we have developed futuristic high performance propulsion system for a small satellite. And it has been tested into the ISRO by launching the PSLV mission. And we have developed a lot of LCA Tejas and MCA, the component, the spares, which they are actually importing in HL and other. So we are developing one through the industry itself. Similarly, the predictive maintenance solution for aviation, we have developed the solid state power amplifier. And then we have developed some tide efficient gangway, VLF HF matrix, VLF loop aerial antennas for Navy. And similarly, this particular journey is continuously on for the successful realization. And now the question comes that whether these things have been developed, are these have been further procured? Yes, there are the provisions which we have made under the defense acquisition provisions, where the technology which have been developed either through IDEX or TDF will be procured by the services itself. And very recently we have done the amendment in the DRDO's procurement manual also, where we have listed that TDF technologies will be procured from the industries, those who are developing these technologies. And these approvals have been given the nod. Now, similarly, like IDEX, we have also one scheme which is called Dare to Dream scheme, where we are selecting the innovators in terms of the individual and the startups, and finally, further their projects we are considering under the TDF funding. Like that, already 4 editions of such schemes we have already carried out, and various individuals and startups have been identified. And very recently, the Dare to Dream 5th edition has been launched, and it is open onto the DRDO web portal, where the industry individuals and startups as a micro industry can apply into it, and they can take the advantage of such opportunities. What is available in TDF to participate now, presently, if I am talking about? So all those industries who are there in the Dehradun or Uttarakhand region, at least they should see the possibility and availability and the opportunities under the TDF scheme. So number one, the Dare to Dream 5.0 has been launched. The last date is the 31st January. So it is readily available onto the DRDO web portal. These are the 10 challenge areas for the individual categories. It has already been listed there, and there are the few areas which are listed for the startups and the MSMEs. MSEs, not M, micro and small. So there are also the 10 areas. And 20 projects very recently the TDF has opened on DRDO web portal, where we are seeking the RFI cum feasibility for these projects. And if the industries are capable enough, we can submit their reply so that these projects may further be considered for the RFP or the BPR stage. That means we can launch those projects. So list of 20 projects are readily available onto the DRDO web portal. So what got result? Actually, these schemes are the foundations or the pillars, I would say, the basic foundations for giving a great support to the industries or the MSMEs and startups. So like a hybrid approach, where we want to achieve the Atmanirbharta Abhiyan through the triple helix model, where DRDO, industry, academia, along with all the stakeholders, we would like to realize the goal of the self-realization. And the integrated project management. That means we involve all the stakeholders, including the user, technical expert, certifying agencies on board with us. So you won't believe that the kind of the projects we are opening, even the large industries are very much would like to participate under the TDF project, because the kind of a technical expertise, the guidance that TDF is providing, it is nowhere available. So that is why even the large industry like L&T, the Govt, the Bharat Ports, even these companies trying to get the projects into the TDF scheme. But you know, the scheme is preferentially given to the support to the MSME startup. So therefore, we strongly given a project that whenever we are opening a large project or to large industry, we are making mandatory that large industry should have the consortium with a startup. Even MSME should have a consortium with the startup. So that kind of a approach we are following, so that the MSME startup should not miss out during the journey of the self-reliance. And we are facilitating the industry through the DRDO available testing facility at various locations and the certification process of the DRDO. We are making much more aware about these process and procedures. And slowly, whenever we are facing any issues, then we are taking the call to make it more simplified, the SOP of the TDF. Like recently, we have amended the SOP itself. So with this, thank you very much. And TDF is. So with this, I would just conclude my presentation. So anything is there already. I have shown various opportunities, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity by FICCI, and I would like to convey my sincere thanks to the team and Colonel Sanjeev Punia Sahab and his team for inviting me on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Arjun Kumar ji, for listing out all the TDF related projects and initiatives which TDF is taking to facilitate MSMEs, with the required support and empowering them for defense manufacturing. So thank you very much, and we'll reach out to you in case we receive any feedback or questions. Any clarification is required, we will definitely reach out to you, sir. We'll be
only one thing, please circulate at your location that there are 20 projects are open for RFI cum feasibility, which is readily available on DRDO web portal, drdo.gov.in. in what's new portal. Okay, and the second thing, there is a one project which is readily available for applying the DPR, where we will select the industry. And the third thing is the Dare to Dream Innovation Contest is recently opened on 2nd December. Okay, So there are the three major opportunities under the TDF for the industries. So that you please download the list and percolate this information at your level to all the necessary industry associations. And I think
Yeah, all the
doing
4
a
points duly noted. Yeah.
yeah. Only I would say you are people doing a great job for giving this information to state, and I just congratulate and commend the FICCI and the associations in this regard. Thank you.
Th- Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to the conclusion of today's program. And please feel free to reach out to us with any suggestion, any question which you have with any of the speakers. We'll reach out to them for a detailed this thing, and we will be sharing with you any photograph of this session. Please drop your email IDs are already with us, so we'll share the proceedings of the programs with you. So with this, on behalf of FICCI and both India Optel Limited, we would like to thank you for your patient hearing, for joining us today, and please be in touch. We'll definitely support any initiative at the state of Uttarakhand which is meant to empower MSME in defense manufacturing. With this, I conclude my remarks. Thank you very much.